Hello, everyone. Welcome to session 22.
20?
Yeah.
What are you smoking? We're on session
Wait,
23.
23,
Really?
yeah. Yep.
Okay.
Yep.
I had 4 hours of sleep. Blame Chris.
Blame yourself for
I'm not
panicking.
blaming.
Don't blame me. There's nothing
I'm
to do with
blaming
me
you.
whatsoever.
Yeah, totally. Yeah, it's totally your fault.
Sure.
Imagine him making the grumpy cat face.
All I pointed
I mean,
out
that's-
was that I said, "Are you prepared?" And she said yes. And I said, "What, for the dungeon temple as well?" And she went, "What?" And I went,
What?
And I was like, no, you guys still have stuff to do. And then Chris was like,
Yeah.
what? I don't care about the cat lord anymore. Whatever. Let's go to the dungeon.
Oh,
Yeah.
interesting.
And then I was
What
like,
a turnaround.
in that case, you're not prepared.
Yeah. And then I was like, in a re.
And then we continued to have the rest of our Saturday, and then about 8 hours later, after we'd been finished playing computer games, she decided to panic about it and then not sleep.
No, Chris. I actually immediately messaged Misha, then got Misha the dungeon draft install.
Wow. Okay.
Then Misha was actually working on the thing in the background, and I was typing with Misha the entire time.
Oh boy.
That explains why you were so distracted while we were playing
so
games.
Misha
Okay.
could do the basics, so I can do the Photoshop beauty on top of it, which
Oh
then
my
took
God.
until 4 a.m.
Chris, you
Oh,
agent of
boy.
chaos. I love you.
Yep. Chaos is my middle name.
Fucking hell.
So yeah.
So we better go to this dungeon now today, or what?
Apparently so. I mean,
She's still not ready.
No, because Foundry fucked me over on the freaking dynamic lighting, so it not working. So
Alright,
no,
let's-
it's
let's,
not going there. I will
let-
fucking throw half of the island at you in the meantime.
Let's go to Hoya first.
I suspect
fine.
if we try to leave town to go south, that storm will mysteriously appear, and we'll be,
or
we'll
like
be
the road
stuck.
will be overrun by animals, like all of a sudden.
Yep. Suddenly
No,
the town gates are closed. There were no
it's
gates
all-
before. There are gates now.
There are gates now.
No, it's easy. It's just all the boars that
Oh.
Samira, like the family, we're coming for revenge.
Yikes.
Revenge of the Bulls.
Revenge of the boars. Yeah. Okay. Never mind. Abel, recap.
Yes. Recap. Yes. All right. Perfect. Last time we left off, I think we started in the morning immediately following our exciting day.
Started off in camp. Yeah.
Yes, and basically we started off with Viera being awake, with Layla arriving while there were two sleepyheads still, doing
Sleeping.
normal sleeping time like every other humanoid, except for elves and Layla.
Apparently Layla.
So yeah, they had a brief conversation. Layla, I think, already told Viera that she and the Mother of Mercy crew took care of the Cat Lord problem, more or less. Not entirely, but at least they secured the warehouse, killed a bunch of spiders. The rats were also there, surprise. And she told us that he's basically stuck in there somewhat, because he has this dragon crest
Silver.
or dragon silver
Yeah.
dragon silver ring on his
Collar.
collar. Yes, around his neck. I was gonna say ring around his neck, which is a collar. Yes, I was going to say it. Let me finish.
How
me
me finish.
finish.
At the same time correcting him.
Let me finish.
It's Catherine's
Right.
turn. Let him do the recap.
Yes.
Okay, I'll shut up then.
But basically, I'm not sure if this is information we found out later about this collar, but apparently it's quite a rare artifact where you can force someone to do something, and you can circumvent bonds, or pacts, or whatever you want to call them.
It's a forced pact.
It's a force pact, and apparently it's tied to another item, which is a leash with a certain red stone in the hilt.
It's the stone more than the leash that
Yeah,
controls it.
yeah, which a certain capitalist gnome has in his bedroom. So that's perfect. Should have taken that, but all right. Yeah, and that also Misha is confirmed traitor. Was already suspected, but now confirmed that he tricked the Cat Lord into this collar. Then I think she left off to talk with what's his face? Demon Daddy? Destrian.
Oh,
I'm
if you don't know Demon
really
Daddy.
I'm really combobulated right now. But yeah,
It's
so
alright.
she went to talk with him while Cassius and Samira woke up. Pierre gave them the rundown, and she came back and was like, "All right, let's focus on the Rosa and impersonating stabby people in the market thing." Ooh, yeah. She also gave us the part of the bounty for the 3 guys that she turned in, which I 150
Half
gold.
of the bounty, yep.
Yes, and there was also a very, very nice moment between Viera and Samira, where Viera gave Samira a handle for her ball, a new handle that she made, that she was working on over several evenings, I believe. And that was very touching. That was very sweet. It was very nice to look at. So then I think at that point we basically more or less finalized our plan, or at least settled on a plan to go into the city and wait on a rooftop for Rosa to start her thing.
Before that, we found out that I think something was said that they attacked Serafina to make her feel the pain.
Yes.
It was a personal job for them.
I think that's something we found out later.
I think
at the guard station.
That was.
But I mean,
it's immediately below the 150 GP, so I thought it was during that time. Sorry.
No worries. I mean, that's definitely true, and they were hired by an unknown woman to make Lady Serafina feel how it's like to be hit by an arrow, and we know the story behind that one. So, cat ladies being a little bit of a insane. Well, I was gonna say not so nice word, but yeah. Yes, and then we went into the city. We waited on a rooftop for 4-5 hours, something. It's pretty boring, I think. But then Rosa started to move, which we all knew through Winnie, who is arguably the MVP of this entire situation, but okay. You know, I don't give enough credit, but yeah, fair is fair. Yeah, and then Rosa started to move, who then went into the alleyway and shifted into her, you know, kind of 50-50 kind of meager impersonation of Cassius. And yeah, then we sprang into action. Layla and Cassius ran on the ground, Layla being quite happy that someone was actually keeping up with her. And Samira and Friera followed. Friera went on to the rooftops, and we basically cornered her on the street with Samira grappling Rosa to the ground, and Cassius trying to do some suggestion.
Failing miserably?
You know, it's still practicing.
Yeah, it's his first stressful situation of trying to do it. So
yeah.
I mean, Cassius was the MVP during the heist. Now it was Winnie and Samira's turn, you know? Everyone got the turn.
Yeah, the grapple was pretty clutch, and Rosa quickly turned into the wife of the main hospital guy, I think it was.
Yep.
And
wife of the hospital admin. Yep.
Yes, and she started screaming for help. But basically, we at least allowed people to call for the guards, because that's exactly what we wanted, but it didn't lead to an altercation, luckily. Also good that Layla was there, I think.
Yes.
So then the guards came. They took us all to the guard house where we were interrogated. That's the right word, I think.
Investigated.
You know, investigated.
Taken.
There was a little bit of interrogation, you know, separating to the different rooms. and but we had a good talk, and but also before that, actually, Rosa showed her true colors, so to speak, and was coerced to shift out of her form. Otherwise, Viera would do it with some Bernie things.
Yes.
Yeah, and they let like 2 shifts of guards to go and arrest the other 2 grannies.
Yes, yeah, exactly. And then we met with the guard captain. Did we get the name of the guard captain?
Ooh,
I
no
didn't
idea.
write anything down, but
Nope, me neither.
so just guard
No, you
captain.
didn't.
I've just got guard captain. He was old and basically looking to retire, so I
Yeah.
think we weren't
Yeah.
particularly
I just
interested.
He
I just
never
got- yeah.
introduced himself. No.
Yeah, I just got
2 weeks from
guards,
his retirement.
yeah.
Yeah.
I just got guards are not incapable. Surprise.
I think we did ask Layla, and I think she did mention something about him having worked for him in the past, but she didn't mention a name.
No.
Mm.
And yeah, he told us a little bit of information about what was going to happen next with the ship mommies. We're basically gonna be
Sorry, did you
released.
say shit or ship mommies?
Both work.
You can
Yes.
interpret it the way you want.
Okay, okay.
Well,
I said
used
what
the
I said.
phrase ship mommies during the session, Shinny, because I've got that written down, the 3 ship mommies.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what I said. So, right. Yes. And we also talked a little bit about the situation with the Cat Lord, which is kind of a gray area. They're apparently okay with slavery because they're not, really human.
They're not.
So
They said they're not okay with slavery itself, but shape changes themselves are not considered traditionally human, so they can't do anything.
yeah.
It's a
Well,
grey area because he's more like a pet,
Yeah.
less like
Yeah.
a person.
They're not
yes.
involved under the law, so technically cats can deal with Tiberius and everything however the fuck they want.
Yeah, and the guard. Most importantly, the guards will not get in our way, which I also took to mean that until we do something completely fucking illegal right in their face, But it seems to be like more on the. I mean, you might be doing something about it, and we're just not gonna really look into your direction while you're doing that specifically. So
The other way. Yeah.
And I think that was the bit at the garrison. Got most of those parts, and we then Viera went to sleep because she was tired as fuck. And
we got the pamphlets before she went to sleep, I think.
Oh yeah, we got the pamphlets
on the way back. Yeah.
Yeah,
we,
and then we split up. Vera went to sleep.
Yes, and Samira and Cassius, after some debating, went to find the Cat Council, which they did in kind of a roundabout way. Not before gathering up Spot, who was watching the Mother of Mercy quite literally the entire
Poor dude.
day. Yeah, well, and he led us to the Cat Council. Samir and Cassius went inside. Layla and Spot stayed outside, and that didn't really go that well. I mean, at least we didn't get into an altercation, but it was. I've written down. It was a shit show. So
yeah,
I think that basically sums it up. They're leaderless, aimless, scrambling, and arguing because there's no clear, succession. Yeah. The only one that had was Misha, and he's gone. So
I've just got Cassius and Samira failed to persuade the Cat Council after failing to find them in the first place.
You weren't there, so you don't know.
You weren't there. You don't know.
No, I know.
We can spin on story.
Yep, you can.
And then we basically, Cassius and Samira were like, okay, fuck this, never mind. Figure it out yourself. Okay, all right. Then they went outside, and I think at that point we made it back to camp. I believe, and
yeah. I think Vera was still sleeping for like an hour or so, so we read the pamphlets.
Yes. Oh yeah, we did read the pamphlets and found out that Balabalia might not be such a great destination after all. I think particularly Samira was quite miffed about it. Went to explode in the ocean a couple of times.
Mhm.
At that point, Viera woke up. What? Sorry.
Viera would like to see it eventually.
That's something to talk about in the morning together.
I mean,
She
okay.
did say when Cassius was catching her up on what was going on with Samira's exploding in
the sea.
In the sea.
Yeah.
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 And I think when we went back together, Samira still came back. She said something like, "You're welcome to go there, but I'm not gonna follow for that part."
Yeah.
Yeah.
I think that was pretty clear, and I think at least there's a consensus from two sides that they don't want to go there. Briaro might want to go there, particularly because it's so un-elven or so weird to her. But But Hoya has like magical disturbances and magical storms and shit. Sounds way more interesting. So I think oh yeah, we did a little bit of an experiment, Cassius and Samira at least, with Winnie, with how Cassius's magic worked on Winnie. There were some boundaries set, some boundaries
some concept talk was talked about.
again already invalidated. And there were some thoughts detected, and that's what happened. Nothing really interesting came out of it.
Happened.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yep.
Insight was failed and
Cassius
everything.
doesn't reveal what he sees and hides his secrets.
Viera doesn't know that.
Samira's secrets.
Viera, oh no, Viera's awake.
She was awake for that. Yeah.
She's awake now. I think.
Yeah.
I think you said something that.
Did I succeed my insight?
You didn't
check?
roll.
Did I?
You didn't roll, no. You didn't.
Samira rolled, and she failed.
Yep.
So.
Yeah, and then I think
that's right.
Yeah, I think Vera was gonna go hunting for the first shift of Cassius, and then was gonna take over the rest of the shift, so Samira can sleep out.
Yeah.
So that was all, I think.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Huh, perfect.
Yeah. Perfect. Well, then, where shall we start?
Well, Cassius and Samira go to sleep at 8 p.m., which is the clock that's currently on the desktop.
Okay. So what is Vera doing?
Well, she's gonna bound off and find Ibrath.
Ibrath is right there, along with.
No, he went hunting.
Oh yeah, right. Yes.
So I think. Remind me. No, Cassius and Samira didn't put watches at all. They just went to sleep.
No, but the thing is that you still have a sleeping other cat there, which is Spot.
Yeah,
I did put a Vinny on watch, I think.
I think actually Cassius was going for the first 2 hours.
Yeah, Cassius was the first 2 hours, then I put Vinny on watch.
Came back.
Okay, I've got written down that both Cassius and Samira go to sleep at 8 p.m.
I mean, we're beginning our long rest, but I think that he would at least.
Yeah, okay.
Cassius would take a watch. So.
Okay. Yeah. Well, in that case, Viera would hang around camp for a little while until she hears Samira snoring.
Which happens real quickly. She's exhausted after those explosions.
At least it's good for sleep.
So, Cassius.
Yeah. What's up?
Do you want to tell me about what's on your hand?
Kind of looks at his hand.
Yes. Obviously, you can't see it, but there is something there because it radiates magic.
Oh.
And when we were in the inn and I was detecting magic, your hand was the only thing that was glowing, basically.
Well, magic hands, right?
No, it was more like on one of your fingers. So I'm suspecting like a ring.
Huh. It's that detailed.
Well, it shows where the magic is. It's obviously not your whole hand that's glowing.
Oh, that's
So
a shame. It's a ring, and I'll
something
actually
something
whisper.
to do with abjuration? So like, is it protective magic?
Yeah, in a way. I'll actually make it appear. You can see a ring that has a red crystal, kind of like a ball shaped in it, and which is then encased in kind of like purple, greenish, orangish crystal itself.
Okay. Something you found? Something you've had for a long time? I mean, detect magic, something I've only recently been able to do, so I don't know if you've had it for a while. I'm just curious, more than anything.
I've had it for a little bit before the tower.
Okay.
Um, I got it from Ys, actually. Ysla.
The weird man in the stall.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
Oh, okay. So you bought it.
In a way, yeah. We had our date, and that went quite well. So this is part of that exchange. Actually, I wanted to kind of like figure out. I know what it does, but I have the feeling I don't entirely know what it like. Not until what extent.
Perhaps you
and
shouldn't wear it unless you know what it does.
but it's really useful. And like I'm pretty sure I know all the things, but I just wanted to, you know,
Well, you can identify it, can't you? Isn't that
uh,
you identified the dagger, so can't you do the same thing with the ring?
I think I can. I'll try. I'm kind of feeling tapped now. That the whole experiment with Winnie actually, well, and then the thing with Rosa, actually
Yeah.
took a lot out of me. So,
Yeah. I mean, it didn't mean right now. Yeah, just a suggestion. I mean, it's your ring.
yeah.
Your ring at the end of the day. I was just obviously I noticed it when we were going in through the stuff in the inn,
Mm-hmm.
and just thought I'd ask the question because obviously I couldn't see anything on your hand, but there was something very obviously magical showing. But at the end of the day, it's your ring. If you don't want to tell us about it, then that's up to you.
I mean, I wanted to wait until I like told you about it until I like figured out completely what it does, because I didn't really want to worry you guys and
Worry
but
us.
basically, well, okay, all right. So basically, the extent of it is that it prevents people from reading my mind.
Seems useful.
It is. Actually, I wish I had it like a little bit earlier because when I went with Steno to talk with what's this guy's name? Meiji, important guy,
Come on,
like her,
the wizard.
yeah, that's the one. There was this like cat dude, and he didn't talk, but he talked into your head, and that was not really nice. Like that's really like an intrusion of privacy, and I wish I had it before that, but I think this actually helps against that as well. I'm not entirely sure.
You say a cat dude? Do you mean like the cat lord?
No, it was like you haven't seen Tabaxi, right?
No.
So they're like
I mean, it's like stories from the jungles far to the south, but stories.
I think they're like
Never seen one. They're like bipedal humans, but usually cats, like panthers or lions or cheetahs or
mm,
is well, at least that was my understanding of the story.
mhm. I think they're fairly similar to the Hissen. Although I don't know, maybe
I think-
more similar to the Cat Lord.
I get the
I'm not
impression the
sure.
Hissen are more part. Well, they're obviously awakened cats, so they're not a species, if you like, that is humanoid.
Aren't they?
It's
But are Tabaxi not just awakened cats then?
no. That would be like saying humans are awakened apes.
Preposterous.
Where kind of humanoids have, depends on your theory of where we came from. Obviously, most people just say the gods created us, but whatever. I get the impression that the Hissen are more like magic, and we know this, that we know the fathers, whatever it is on this island, granted the animals extreme intelligence beyond their normal kin.
The precious, father's precious, right?
Yeah, well, whatever it is. We don't know even what it is. We know that that gave the animals the intelligence, and actually is what caused the cats and the deer and everything to become awakened. So they are just cats with some semblance of intelligence to be able to communicate and talk and stand on two back legs, but I think it's quite difficult for them. Whereas, certainly from the stories, Tabaxi are like humans and elves. They are a people who didn't have magic awaken them and give them intelligence. They've developed that intelligence over generations and generations. So there's no magic involved there, just like with humans and elves. There's no magic involved there. I think that's the difference.
Okay.
But I think the Cat Lord isn't Hissen. I think he's like Ibrath, but it's like Tabaxi, sort of, I guess. I don't know. I have to ask. Like,
Yeah.
if we bother to go and see him. But we digress. You were saying about the ring.
Oh, yeah. So yeah, it does allow, or at least prevent people from reading my mind.
Mm-hmm.
Actually, the talking part, I just realized that Samira was talking to me with her thing without any issue, so I guess we figured out it doesn't block that, so okay.
Or maybe you just didn't choose to
Roll
block
me.
it.
Roll me a intelligence check, Cassius. Okay, yeah. So when she talks to you, it's not into your head like with Eclipse. It feels like she's whispering into your ear.
It's a different kind of communication.
Yeah, probably.
Shush, I didn't tell this to you. I told this to Cassius.
Yeah, it might be. It might be just that she does it in a different way.
Well, maybe you can test it because she can do that message spell, can't she?
Mm-hmm.
That is into your head, as far as I understand.
It didn't feel the same. It didn't feel the same as with the cat guy in Arabelle. And well, that's primarily what the ring does. There is a second part though, and this is what I didn't want you guys to be worried about, but actually, with the whole thing with the grannies and we were quite beat up. Most of us were. I was, at least.
I was. Ibrath was. Yeah, I think
Yeah.
Samira took a beating, got healed, and then took another beating, didn't she?
Yeah. Yeah, that's well, safe to say we didn't really do that well. What I believe that the ring also does, and this is something that I wanted to investigate a little bit further, it would it occur that I would die? Normally when you die, at least where we come from, like your soul, goes somewhere. Priests would say a lot about where it would go, but doesn't really seem to be a lot of consensus on it, and a lot of this is like preachy bullshit, And what I learned from Destrian, at least here, your soul goes to a different, well, it's the same realm, more or less, but it goes to the Fade, if I remember correctly. And at least so it goes away from this plane. However, I think this ring actually allows your soul to stay here, but then inside of the ring.
Inside of the ring.
Yes.
So it traps you.
Traps is a word. Contains, preserves might be another way to say it. I don't know. Like I don't know what that part exactly does. But I figured, or at least I thought, that it actually would maybe help in the case if I die, that it's maybe if your spirit, goes to the other part, the Fade, it might be harder to bring someone back. I think that's possible. Destrin talked a little bit about that specifically, but I figured that maybe if my ghost spirit soul is still here, it might just be easier. I could just like plop it back in or something.
I don't think that's how it works.
I think you still have to like do something for it, but it might be.
Yeah, I mean, my knowledge of any kind of bringing back from the dead is extremely limited. Most of I mean, until we encountered that druid in the Hulak Forest, I didn't know that you could revive someone. No, certainly not with flowers, so there might be other ways to bring people back from the dead too here.
It might be different here.
Could be. It might
probably is.
Might be worth finding out.
Yeah, definitely. Especially if we're looking to get into more dangerous situations. Might be useful to know. So
even if only I can learn what that druid did back in the Hulak Forest, the kind of, he revived me after I got cut down by the hobgoblin. Pretty sure I was dead. Because
did you like what was it like exactly? Because you say you think you were dead, but
I struggled to remember anything that happened along that road. So the last thing I actually remember is we came out at the Hangman's Tree on the main road. If you remember that.
Yeah.
And we travelled for a short distance, and then there were the kind of there was some kind of buzzing noise, but everything after that is kind of blurry.
So you don't even remember like the whole fight that happened before you went down, or
No, I remember snapping awake, and just all I could hear was my blood pumping.
Oh.
And I instantly snapped up and saw that we were still being engaged, and just grabbed my weapon and started fighting. It's more,
I mean,
more instinct than anything, I think.
at that point you were hunting them down. At that point they were already
Yeah,
starting to
they
retreat.
were retreating. Yeah.
Mhm.
They did that last time, and then they came back at us harder. So I guess instinct just told me cut them down before they can flee.
Sure, definitely.
I do remember that after waking up, but even that's kind of a little bit mixed up. I
Mm.
remember shouting at Samira, something to do with helping someone.
Yeah, to help Snaga. He was on the ground.
Yeah, that's right. He was still lying in the road because I couldn't do anything to help him at that point.
Mm-hmm. Mm.
But yeah, like that whole section of, because I like in my head I know that there's several hours between the hangman tree and where we were on the road, and I just don't remember it at all. It's like my brain erased it.
Oh. That's weird.
Yeah. A little bit frightening, really.
Hmm.
But part of me thinks that's why I think I was dead. And just when I woke up, all I could smell was the Feywild. Which is, as you pointed out, priests disagree, but in Elven lore, generally speaking, we all tend to agree that if and when you die, you go to the Feywild. Because
Like you got like elves specifically.
elves specifically, because the Feywild is where we're from. It's our home, if you like.
Hmm.
I wonder if there's a Feywild here. Didn't even question that.
Destra mentioned not specifically the Feywild, but there's the everyone here kind of like is a mix of different elements, of all the elements, I think. But before there were like primes or things, beings that were purely one element, like demons and like celestials, but also from the other elements, and they had a bit of a disagreement, and
Don't they always?
yeah, then basically the father stepped in and was like, all right, everyone go to your own ship. And I think what they kind of did was make like realms that exist next to the world, like differently from the like the Fade or the Sea of Stars, which are all like still connected, and the other parallel ones, the existing ones, the other ones are also there, but it's primarily inhabited by the uh the things of just that part, that element. So I guess there's also what we would call the Feywild, with just Fey creatures who kind of like are there, but I could ask him specifically if you want.
I don't think it would hurt to know. I don't need anything other than a yes or a no. There is a Feywild. Or maybe it's the same Feywild. I don't know. Probably not. I don't know how that works. But anyway, okay. Do you want to tell Samira about the ring? Should I leave it to you?
I'll try to figure out exactly what it does first.
Okay.
But just if something happens to me, well, preserve my body. That would be great. But at least take the ring, I think.
Sure. Nothing's gonna happen to you.
Hmm.
We've solved the worst of the trouble. By the sounds of it. By the sounds of
Yeah.
it, the Cat Lord is not really our problem now. I mean, we might still be able to free him. We'll have a discussion about that tomorrow morning though.
Yeah, that's something to
I
talk when
think,
Samira's here, but
that's something for us all to talk about, and we need to refocus on our training. We've all been a little bit, I mean, obviously you were forced out of it until you'd solved the issue. But I haven't done any training for several days, and I know Samira's kind of hit and miss with hers, so we all need to get back into a proper routine now that we're free. Not that we weren't free, but you know what I mean.
at least out of the woods, so to speak.
But still in the forest. Perhaps we should be moving back to an inn tomorrow.
Yes, please.
I mean, I don't mind. Obviously, you know that. I think with most of the danger over, I will probably spend my evenings out in the forest anyway. So by all means, grab an inn.
I mean, I think that would be good for us to stick a little bit together. What you said about danger, maybe at least the primary threat is over, but I have a feeling danger will find us, or
Well,
we will find it.
I suspect we will find it.
Yeah.
I suspect there's very little danger here to most people unless you go looking for it like we did. So perhaps we need to be a little bit more careful about revealing ourselves to the danger next time.
But it's also kind of exciting, right?
It is, but think how much more fun it would be to heist the danger without them knowing we're even a threat.
Sounds good.
Would have made so much simpler.
Yeah. Yeah. Something to work on.
We could have done all of this and still got the bounty rewards and not had the absolute crap beaten out of us on the road.
Yeah.
So,
but that also had like a purpose, right? Like we were wanting to test out what we could do, and
what doesn't kill you makes you stronger. I'm very much a firm believer in that.
Sure. If you say so.
General idea is that you learn from your mistakes.
Heard that one before.
Yeah. Anyway, I'm gonna head off into the forest. I'll be back in an hour and a half, two, give or take. Just gonna go and do some hunting with a breath.
Sure.
Everything else okay otherwise?
Yeah.
Okay.
You good?
Well, yeah, I'm good. Glad that this situation's resolved. So,
just maybe with the ring and Samira, just
yeah, I'll leave that to you to tell her when you're ready, when you found out whatever it does. So. But yeah.
All right.
Okay, I'll see you a bit later.
Yeah. See you later. Have a good hunt.
Yep.
Don't get yourself killed.
Semi growls as she shifts mid-step into a panther and turns away.
Survival check.
Yikes.
Yeah, you give up after an hour not being able to pick up on the scent at all where Abrath went.
Damn that cat.
He's good. He's really good.
Yeah, good. He's supposed to be. In which case she will go hunting on her own.
Okay. Survival check.
Couldn't possibly fail them twice in a row.
No.
Aha, 25.
By the time you get back, he's like sitting there next to the campfire and sharing a meal with Spot.
Uh-huh.
Spot got a leg of a boar, and
Mhm.
Abrath is eating the boar. Like it's a small boar. It's a baby pig, right?
Yeah.
I mean, it's not a baby pig. It's just a small type of wild pig, right?
Yes.
Just tiny.
Mhm. The real question is who brought back the bigger boar, me or him?
Roll me survival for him, please. I would say he did.
Rip.
You technically rolled higher, but technically, like, I do want to. There's no criticals
skill
on.
checks don't have criticals.
Yeah, fine. You brought the fucking bigger boar. There you go. At least you can share with Samira and Cassius. There you go.
His is tastier, yours is bigger.
Wow.
How
Yeah,
about
you
that?
got like an older
Wow.
animal.
Mm,
It's a bit more chewier.
that's okay. She'll plop it down in front of her breath and then nudge him.
He will like lick, his face
Mhm.
and look at you.
Take it he's eaten. He's not hungry.
No.
Okay. And she'll shift back into elf form. Is Cassius
Spot-
still
Spot-
awake?
It's Cassius just like watching this, like, alright.
No, Cassius is not awake.
Not? Oh, okay.
No.
If I still saw the
Well,
clock and
no,
it
you
said
would be.
8:45, so I was
you
like,
would
alright.
no, you would be awake for 2 hours, like standing watch, and now you would be like sleeping 6 hours.
Okay.
Yep. So yeah, you
Perfect.
would see that as she comes back, but you would be like, so tired.
Whatever. Crawl
Yeah.
back. So she just comes back. I see her, and it's just like, alright.
Yep.
Ping the gun to Panther Vera and
Mhm.
go inside the tent.
So Spot is awake. He will lift his head and like half the face is red from eating raw boar.
Mhm.
Welcome back.
Hi. You're awake.
Yeah, I'm awake. It's like,
Mhm. So,
your friend shared food.
that's fine. You eat. How does the Cat Council work? So the Cat Lord's in charge. Misha was like the person who ran around and did stuff. And then just the rest of the cats are the rest of the cats?
Well, no, they vote, but usually there's like suggestions to where you gotta vote. I mean, you cannot just like vote on anything. You gotta vote on something, right? And I mean, so the leader makes a suggestion, and then the council votes.
Okay. So if there is no leader to make a suggestion, how do you choose a new leader?
I'm usually the strongest.
AKA a
wisest.
fight.
It eventually happens, but it hasn't happened in a long time because we always had a leader.
Okay, good. So what's going to happen tomorrow morning is you're going to come with me to the Cat Council. I'm going to take charge. And I will shift into a Shadow Panther if anybody wants to challenge me. They're more than welcome to. Do you see any problems with me doing that?
Are we not saving the Cat Lord?
Yes.
But why would you then challenge anyone? I mean, don't get me
Because-
wrong, you're smart, but you're
because
not really a
we're going-
cat.
We're going to move the Cat Council from the building they're in to where the Cat Lord is.
Oh, like on the ship? It's like,
Well,
Aaron.
he's currently in the warehouse. But yes, so we're going to move the Cat Council to the warehouse, and then the Cat Lord is going to tell them what they need to do to free him.
Alright, you're smart. I
Okay?
will listen.
Okay. So, do you see any problems with that? If I go in and sit down and challenge anyone, I'm taking over temporarily.
He gotta tilt his head. I don't know because nobody ever challenged who is not like us.
Okay, so if we walked in and you said you're going to be in charge,
They will eat me alive.
not if I'm sitting next to you as a giant shadow panther, they'll have to get through me
That
first.
does not count. I have to do it out of my own strength.
Okay.
He kind of covers his face with both paws. He doesn't like the idea at all.
But if I go in as a shadow panther, I tell you what,
Isn't that lying?
if we take a breath in and a breath takes over temporarily,
And he looks at Breath. That might work, but he can't talk. I mean, I get what he's saying, but he can't talk like me.
does it matter?
I
I
mean,
can
usually
talk
somebody
to
who
him.
leads a council needs to talk so they can make suggestions. How is Braff gonna make suggestions?
Well, I can talk for him. I speak what he speaks.
Well, that, I guess, would work.
hmm Because the only thing we want to do is we want Ibrath to go in and say, the council is being moved, everybody follow us. We're then going to go to the warehouse where we sit down and the Cat Lord is, and then Ibrath is going to say, okay, now the Cat Lord is in charge. Cat Lord, how do you free yourself from this? And then the Cat Lord is going to tell us how he is currently being held, and then it's up to the cats to make that happen. So essentially it's the Cat Council who is going to free the Cat Lord.
All right. I don't remember what the plan is.
That's why
Can you
you
just
have
lead
me.
and I follow?
Sure.
Yeah. Okay, I follow because Spot is good at that.
Okay.
He tries to catch him off.
Vera just looks at her breath.
The Brav is giving you the arresting cat face.
Well, where do you normally sleep, Spot?
And he got pause at the moth that's like flying around, which then flies off into the fire. And it goes. And he like looks at the fire for a moment and looks back at you, and then, well, I have different spots. Spot, get like spot.
I get it. Okay. Well, it's going to be a pretty quiet night, I think, otherwise.
Well, should I call the council together then?
We're not going to be anywhere near the council until tomorrow morning. at
Well,
least.
should I call it together for tomorrow morning? It takes a while because it's a lot of cats. They're all over the city.
It'll be tomorrow afternoon at the earliest that we get together, so you can go tomorrow morning to collect them. But otherwise, if you just want to head back to the city and tell them that we'll come and see or someone will come and see the council tomorrow afternoon sometime.
All right, I will go and pull the cats together. It's gonna take me a while.
Okay, you do that.
And he like looks at Brav and goes, thank you for the food. He kind of like leans forward as to like, do something, but then thinks otherwise because also Brav gives him like a dead stare of like one move closer and you might be food yourself, right?
Insight check as to what Spot's trying to do.
Well, he just tried to like rub his head against Brav, but then realized it might be too much.
Yes, don't recommend that at all.
And then he will look at you, give you like a wave, and then hurry off on all fours.
Okay, see you later.
And then he will come back and get the boar leg and like slowly lean down, pick it up into his mouth, and then hurry off again.
Viera just ruffles Ibrath between the ears.
He turns around, belly up.
Yep, and then gives him some belly rubs.
Yeah, very full belly. Very full belly.
She'll pat it.
Yeah, you get a lot of purring here.
Not too loud. Don't want to wake the other two up.
I think they're already used to it.
Yep, fair enough. Yeah, and just I am gonna wander around just the nearby area, looking for any particular herbs that I might be able to brew either poisons or healing from.
Survival check.
And that's what I'll spend the next 4 to 6 hours doing. Am I advantaging this?
Yes, it's the usual survival check for herbs. You didn't do it in a while.
Yeah, that's
Yeah,
what I
you're
was
fine.
asking.
I think it was a 1d4. No, yeah, 1d4 and then you double.
16.
12. Yeah,
Double
No.
is 16.
double of that is 8. Yeah, okay. Math not working. Yeah, 16. What do you want? Poison or?
Oof.
You have both plenty.
I will take healing herbs, and if there's enough time after that gathering, I will sit and brew a healing potion.
Well, yeah, it takes you about 4 hours together, right?
Yeah, okay, so that's 3 a.m. So I've still got 2 hours, so it's not long enough to brew. She won't bother.
Well, unless you're going somewhere, you have more than enough time. Because are you going somewhere?
Cassius wakes up at 5.
Yeah.
Which isn't an hour. And Viera goes and starts her training at the same time. So that's fine. She'll spend the next hour kind of cleaning the boar and smoking it and cooking it properly and making sure that it's reheated for breakfast.
The boar you got is probably best cooked into a stew.
I think Samira would have woken up at 4, but like half an hour later to like, because she slept at 8.
Yeah.
Yeah. So she's like at 4:30 she wakes up.
Okay. Good morning.
You mid smoking your bowl. Good morning.
Well, mid smoking, realizing better in a stew.
Busy night.
Busy enough. Caught some boar, started to smoke it, realized probably not such a great idea.
Yeah, I'm hungry now.
Yeah, it kind of needs to be cooked into a stew, I think, more than. I mean, you can try and eat some of it, but it's a little bit tough, I think.
Yeah, I think I can wait. Thanks for hunting, though.
Mhm. All good. Kept me busy during the night. How'd you sleep?
I'm kind of stiff right now. Yes, I didn't train yesterday after days of just training.
Yes, I was thinking we need to incorporate some sort of fighting into our training as well.
Mm.
I was thinking different weapon training, though.
Different weapon training?
Well, you fight with the maul normally, don't you?
Yes. Usually I prefer bludgeoning weapons.
Sure.
Usually my maul, but I had a hammer beforehand.
I was thinking of carving us 2 quarterstaffs so that we could do sparring with quarterstaffs.
Hmm.
Still a bludgeoning weapon, technically.
Not as hard. Yes, yes. Could work.
Um, so it was just I was just thinking as part of our routine we should probably get into proper fighting, like
Mm. Mm.
no holds barred, um,
Oh, interesting.
and because that's the only way to properly train, isn't it? So
That's true. Yes.
and then once we get a bit better at that, we can then maybe try and learn to hold our blows so that when we know we hit, but we don't actually hurt each other.
Ooh. Okay. Yeah, that's very
So
interesting.
practicing skills, being able to control the weapon indefinitely, so that
Mhm.
you can hit but not hit, if you know what I mean.
I know what you mean. I usually try to hit without rupturing the skin, but
Hmm.
learning how to do this even less lethally, that's interesting. Interesting. If we need to capture somebody in the future,
Yeah.
I wanted to live. Yeah.
Yeah, exactly. But also just we need to be able to train so that we know we are fighting to our full potential.
Mm. Hmm.
No spells or anything involved, and just we can use this as part of our training too. Change up the training routine a bit from jogging along the beach and swimming
Mm.
all the time. It gets a bit boring after a while. And
That's
climbing
true.
trees isn't really much of a challenge for me. So
It's really much more of a conditioning sort of training.
yeah, yeah, it is. But I figured the combat might help as well, so that's gonna make us. We'll get some bruises here and there, but hopefully
Yeah,
nothing serious.
maybe we can incorporate like the climbing or the running afterwards during the sparring, like
Yeah, yeah. I mean,
sudden attacks and stuff like that.
the thing I was thinking was that like it's easy to run, it's easy to
Mm-hmm.
climb, it's easy to go and do all these fitness exercises, but
Mm-hmm.
normally if you're fighting, you're not fighting for very long. You're
Mm-hmm.
fighting for like a minute or 2 minutes tops.
Yeah.
Um, and obviously fighting always takes it out of you. So if we can get our sparring up to the point where we're fighting for 5, 6, 10 minutes at a time, then we're going to be pushing ourselves way above and beyond anything we're normally going to face. So we should be a bit better at facing normal stuff in theory.
Mm-hmm.
It's just a rough
That's
idea.
true.
Um, so it's just a rough idea I had.
I was actually thinking of maybe getting some weights, like body weights, because uh, if we keep up the endurance things, if we get rid of the weights afterwards, we should be
hmm We could pack
overcompensate with that.
one of the backpacks with
Yeah,
sand.
we could do. Yeah, that's a
In
good idea.
theory,
Yes.
it doesn't need
Uh-huh.
to be weights. And then jogging up and down the beach, that'll soon feel very light
Oh,
when you take that off.
exactly. Or during fights, because who knows when you're gonna have to fight and carry one of
Yeah,
us on the backs
yeah,
to
that's a
to
good idea
rescue and
too.
everything.
Yeah, we could do that. I'll have a look at seeing if I can craft us some quarterstaves so that we can at least start
Mm.
basic sparring, and then we can work out all of the rest of
Yeah.
these sorts of details.
Okay, I think I'm gonna need to. Do you have any like you're the limber, so just like this guy who's snoring still. Do you have any stretch exercises where yeah.
I generally find climbing trees is the best way to stretch for that, because you're always kind of reaching up to stretch and holding your own body weight at the same time. So that teaches you kind of, or acclimatizes you, I think, is probably the better word,
Okay.
to having to carry your own weight and also reach and stretch. And you don't have to climb a 100-foot tall tree to do it. You can climb a 10-foot tall tree and then climb back down again. And then
Alright, then
that's
then
what
I
I
think
do.
I'll do some push-ups to wake up, and some pull-ups to wake up, sorry.
Pull-ups is good too. Not
Yeah.
that I can do very many of those at all. I think I can do like 2 if I'm lucky. But
I
mostly
mean, if you need to climb by hand, that's useful to have.
that's a different
Upper
story.
body strength.
Climbing is different to pull-ups, I would
Is
say.
it?
Yeah,
Most of my
because
climbing is pull-ups.
yeah, but it's also distribution of your weight. So it's being able to balance on the branches below you and use them to climb into the next branches above you and shift your way around
Huh.
the tree.
You learn to climb differently. Huh.
Grew up in different forests, I guess.
Yeah.
I grew up in the high forest, so lots of spindly trees with little branches all over the place, but also at the same time very tall trees. So lots of climbing in between all the branches, basically.
Okay, makes sense. I learned to climb like at riggings of sails, so you have to have a good hold. Yeah,
And
makes sense.
being on the sea, doesn't that like throw you around
Yeah.
a bit?
Yeah, that throws you around a lot. Like,
Not looking forward to us crossing the sea, I have to say that.
oh. Okay.
I mean, I know worst case scenario, I can probably turn into something that swims.
That's always good. So keep yourself a bit larger by us so we know you're
It's
nearby
something,
and
do
you
you know,
not get swallowed by the next best thing.
I've seen a few things, but crocodile is something I don't think I've tried to turn into yet.
I'd be careful in the water until we know what's safe
Is
around
in
here.
there, yeah.
Yes, since basically at harbor here there was already a giant tentacle that sank a ship.
But I could probably talk to it.
Thing is, sea creatures like
They're still just
your sort of
beasts.
animals?
They're beasts at the end of the day. It's not unheard of for rangers to make a pact with a sea animal.
Okay, if you're sure about that.
But it's not common, obviously. But they are just creatures at the end of the day.
Alright.
And the magic I got from the tower is all about speaking with the creatures. So maybe that something I could try out.
I mean, the only tip I have for you, don't spill any blood in the water. I don't know if you know, but like sea creatures often have like blood frenzy, like the predatory ones.
Just make sure not to cut myself with a knife before I start talking
Yes.
to them.
Don't spill any blood in the water. You don't want to know what's nearby.
Or maybe that's a good way to find out what is nearby when you're
Mm,
not in the water.
Even in a ship, just talk to the experienced people beforehand. I don't know what's in the waters here. Back home, if you spill out of blood, you can invite a whole fucking army of Sahagin, and that's a battle for days. You gotta run in that situation.
What's a Sahagin?
It's fuck, how do you describe that? They're like these sea people thing, but they're like more not people, but they look like they have limbs like us. But they're also very, very beastly. Like they like you know sharks.
I would have expected them to be like fish.
they're like the sharks of people.
Oh.
Yeah. But I think even worse, because they are known to be sharks that can ignore people swimming by them. Most Sahuagin don't.
Sharks are like the big fish that eat the other fish.
So you don't know sharks.
I
What?
lived in a forest, not
Okay.
not on a
Yeah, but we.
coastline.
Okay.
The most water I've seen in my life is when we were sitting in that village and we went fishing on that boat.
Similarly to a crocodile, but not.
Okay. Similarly,
I don't know how to describe them. They're just bad things to lure around. Like,
they're like the top predator.
yeah, in the oceans, yes,
Okay.
yes. I don't know the exact details, but once you sail over the territory, you keep to yourself and you pray you don't catch their attention.
Do they attack
Because they come in
ships or-
droves. No, they swim, usually.
Okay. So
Yeah.
so as long as you're in a ship passing through their water, you're
No.
fine.
No, you're not. They come aboard. Yeah.
Okay.
It's a whole deal. I hope there are none around here.
Maybe a question for Cassius before he goes to Destrian today.
Yeah. That's
Speaking
a
of which,
possibility
he
too.
wakes up around this time.
Nudge his boot occasionally until he wakes up.
Morning.
Yep. Morning.
Morning.
So there's sort of a boar stew cooking. It's not been cooking for very long. It's probably going to be tough, and I'm certainly no cook, so I can't make any promises. But there's food, at least.
Okay, perfect.
I should probably go foraging for vegetables and fruits for a change.
We had a lot of fruits in the city, and talking
Well-
about which.
Ooh, I got some fruits. I got fruits. I stole them from the office. And I just turn over my bag.
Yeah, we could have thrown some
Well,
of that
that's
in the
cheap.
stew. That would have given it some
And
flavour.
we can do it now.
Well, there we go. Slice a few bits of fruit and chuck them in the stew. It's probably going to be terrible, but it's food at the end of the day.
Stealing, Samira. Yikes.
Well, they did say help
Yikes,
yourselves.
right? Yeah,
She
I
just-
mean, it wasn't technically stealing, was it?
It was an invitation. Yep. I interpret it that way. Sure. So, what's up? What's the plan?
Oh, we haven't talked about that.
Uh-huh.
Well, Spot's gone.
Good.
He was awake in the night. I've told him that one of us will probably, or all of us, or maybe some of us, will go to the Cat Council later this afternoon. I figure.
Don't bother.
No, I have a plan for sorting that out. I had a
Okay.
conversation with him. Obviously, if there's no leader the way it works is the leader suggests something and the Cat Council votes on it. The problem is if there's no leader, there's no one to suggest something.
And then a mess.
Oh,
Without
They're a
opinions.
mess.
we had a bunch of suggestions, but
Yeah, but
didn't
you're
really work.
not the leader, so people were arguing about whether you should be suggesting in the first place, so that's why it was a mess. So I'm going to
Okay.
walk in there with a Brath,
Okay.
and Brath is
Uh-huh.
going to take charge temporarily, and anyone who dares challenge him is also going to be facing me at the same time. So good luck
Okay.
with that. I'm pretty sure they'll mostly just like meow cow down to a silence and then go, yeah, okay, he's temporarily in charge. I'm then going to translate for him, which is going to translate to the Cat Council is moving to the warehouse where the Cat Lord is.
Mhm.
We should check in with, like, didn't Layla say there were, like, guards around the warehouse now? Making sure that
I
something like
think,
that, right?
I think if the Cat Council shows up, the guards aren't going to stop them, and good luck to the guards trying to stop them.
Yeah, but there also was, like, mention of the rat
No, I,
Lord?
th- I
Like, should
think
we?
the guards that they posted were just a bunch of the crewmen.
The Rat Lord
Okay.
They weren't
was
like
the
official
one
guards.
helping.
Yeah, shouldn't we check in first or like separate, like
Well,
before we make sure that?
we can do.
Yeah.
We're only going to the Cat Council in the afternoon, so just to
Yeah, because I don't want to make another mess out of a
Yeah,
mess
sure.
already.
The brief plan is Ibrath's going to take temporary charge of the council and order them to move to the Cat Lord, where he's going to relinquish his temporary power, and it's going to be the Cat Lord who's now in charge. And the only thing Ibrath's going to ask him is, how do we free you from the collar? Because if you remember what the guard captain said, he said if the cats kind of do their own thing, they don't get involved. If
Mhm.
we get involved, I think that's not the cats doing the thing, that's people who
No,
the laws do apply to.
He
Ugh.
said that they would not oppose us
Okay.
while dealing
Do
with
Yeah, they can deal
Tiberius.
with.
Do we want
I-
to get involved? If the Cat Council knows how to free him, and the Cat
I
Lord
don't
then
think
says,
they do.
no, I know, but the Cat Lord knows.
Does he?
We should talk about our payment, and if we know that it's gonna get resolved without us, then I don't care about getting further involved.
Yes, basically.
Yes.
I wanted
just
to try and make the Cat Council do the freeing, like they did on the ship. They sunk the ship, or they attacked the people on the ship, whatever, and there were no repercussions for that. I want them to basically force the gnome to the Cat Lord.
Can I offer up a opinion?
Yeah, sure.
Well, first of all, I don't think the Cat Lord knows how to free him because Destrian was unclear about that as well, and I trust him more than I admit I don't know the Cat Lord and what he's capable of, but
Well, we know he's got the Dragon Silver Collar on him, and we know
Yeah.
that the owner of the Dragon Silver Collar, I know that it forces the wearer to do the master's bidding,
Uh-huh.
and
Well,
the Cat
So
Lord
then the
is
solution
currently...
is clear. We need to
Yes.
put pressure on this Tiberius guy, but the second thing I
We
wanted
do,
to say.
but do we? Or
Well-
does it need to be the Cat Council who finds out that Tiberius is the one in charge and they just drag him kicking and screaming and say if you don't let him go willingly, then at some point bad things are going to happen to you with a Cat Council?
Well, that might work, but I don't think they have the capability of putting pressure on, and it was already basically mentioned to us if the owner of the leash dies, it doesn't necessarily absolve this bond, so
Yes, but we don't want him to die. We
yeah,
want
but is the
him...
Cat Council capable of doing that?
They're going to tear
I
his
don't-
tavern apart if he doesn't.
I think they're just gonna tear him apart and
Well-
not think about the consequences.
We'll make that a point when they're gathered with the Cat Lord.
Sure.
You
I mean,
can't-
I'd be
you
happy
can't
for
just-
them to.
You can't just kill him, otherwise that will trap the Cat Lord forever.
I'm completely happy for them to just sort it out on their own. But I have the feeling that if we're gonna even get involved up until that point, I think we're gonna be dragged in. So
Okay.
I definitely agree with Samir on that. We need to talk about payment. We need to make it good,
So,
better than we had.
well,
And
our original agreement was to find the Cat Lord, wasn't it?
Yes.
Yes.
Which we've done.
Yes.
So we get 100 per head.
That was our original agreement, and then as far as I'm concerned, anything after that is us. We've already been paid. If we can free the Cat Lord by telling the Cat Council to do something, then great, because it's, again, not us doing anything, really. If it's going to take more of a handhold than that, and it's going to take more effort, then the Cat Council's going to have to renegotiate with us.
Mhm.
So we found him, now you want a price for freeing him.
Yeah, I just think that if we get even more involved at this step, we're gonna have to probably go all the way. I don't see this as only acting as an advisory thing, but we can try. But
Yeah.
let me just say this: it needs to be a good price, otherwise I'm out. Because this whole ordeal with the Cat Lord has been,
a nuisance.
not really. Yeah.
Yeah.
I agree. As much as I hate slavery, sorry, planes. Can't even hear myself.
Hmm.
As much as I hate slavery, I, like you, I think we've already been involved in too many things too much already.
As long as we know that he isn't going to be sold, and he is not going to be sold, he's found already. I'm good with letting this drop.
Same.
Okay. So I think the plan for today is that we're all going to try and resume our training.
Mm-hmm.
In the afternoon, see what we can do. We can talk about our contract and everything.
Yep. So I'm probably going to train until 2ish, just after Big Sun, if whatever the people call it here, midday as far as we're concerned.
Yeah.
And then after that we'll see where we want to go. But normally I go to sleep right after that. So are you guys shifting your sleep schedules at all, or
Are we
not?
gonna go night cycle now, all of us, or are you going back to ours?
Well,
What's gonna happen?
I kind of like training as the last thing I do and then sleeping. So I don't care when I sleep. I do enjoy being awake at least for some of the night time because I get to spend time with the Brath. And it was very evident very quickly that I kind of made a bond with him and then shoved him into the forest, and he was very confused by that. He was like, I've just had this bond be made, and then my own, like, not owner, but the person making the bond has basically gone, great, hi, fuck off.
In the background, the Brath is climbing the tree by now, by the way, to get comfy.
So he was very confused by that, and I was too a little bit. The whole bond thing is still quite new to me as well.
Mm-hmm.
So I would like to spend some of the night with him hunting.
So are you gonna probably keep the same rhythm?
Unless it's going to cause a problem, because I only sleep for 4 hours, it also means
Yeah,
that I
I
can
think-
be up during the night when you guys can get a full night's rest, because
I think
you
when-
guys haven't been sleeping full nights either.
I think if we join you on your sleep rhythm, then we'd have to go to sleep about a few hours earlier than you, so we wake up at the same time.
Yeah, you'd have
Because
to.
I don't want to sleep the whole day away, because we need to deal with stuff in cities and everything.
Yeah, we do. Up to you.
Yeah,
Obviously,
I think.
I don't need to sleep much, so it's whatever suits you guys.
What's your opinion, Cassius?
I think being awake in the afternoon is better because, I mean,
Yeah.
the city is at least a little bit more awake in the evening now because of festival, but I think that's ending soon.
Mm-hmm.
And if we need to get stuff done, and I definitely have some plans that involve the city, we should be awake for that. So, and actually on that note, I think we can move back to Jaden's Sticky, perhaps, or at least an inn.
Yes. Easier to sleep in a room that is darkened out with the window than mid-daylight in the forest.
But to also consider your preferences, Vera, I think maybe we can, figure something out that for a couple of evenings we sleep in the inn, and for a couple of evenings we sleep out here. Compromise.
We can. I mean, keep in mind I only need to sleep 4 hours. So
if we shift our sleep schedule to mornings, we can't sleep the mornings where.
Well, you guys normally go to sleep around like just before midnight, don't you? No, a little bit, like quite a bit
earlier.
Earlier, because he's got to wake up earlier.
Mm-hmm.
Because I could sleep from kind of, if we're all going to sleeping at the same time, so we're not going to post watches or anything like that.
Well, we have posted watches during sleep time before.
Just to give you an OC maybe help here. Viera sleeps 4 hours. You both
Mhm.
can do
8.
yeah, you can you sleep 8, but you can do a watch of 2 hours each
Mhm.
where you're just keeping watch, and you can still get a long rest. But a Braf usually gets up around 6 to go hunting, and you're not going to sleep at 6, and that's like several hours of hunting from 6 to 10 p.m. It's 4 hours,
That's what I was
and
thinking.
then
6
it's
until
4
10 I
hours
can go
more.
hunting, and
Yeah,
then I
not
can
only
come
that.
back and sleep for 4 hours while
Yes,
you
and
two
then
take watches.
exactly.
Yeah, I think that could work.
Mhm.
I don't see why
Or
not.
yeah, that's a never mind.
And then by the time I finish my watch, Ibrath will be heading back from hunting in full because he tends to come back around daybreak, which will be just when I'm waking up and getting ready to start training anyway. So, and we're going to be
Okay, so-
training over here, I guess. So he can sleep here in the forest,
Mhm.
like nearby, while we do training, climbing the trees and sparring and running around and stuff. Because Cassius has to come over to the tower anyway, so we might as well come with him.
Mhm.
I think
Yeah, I
that
mean,
seems like the
this
best
little
idea.
nook here has everything we need, like with the forest, beach, and the water and everything.
Yeah.
And the tower,
Actually,
of
not the
course.
worst place. Oh.
No, it's not. Except for when that storm hits. Which reminds me, I will do prestidigitation. Not prestidigitation. I will do
Druidcraft.
druidcraft.
Well, you did that at midnight, so
Yeah, but I don't have the calendar.
Okay, let me look at the calendar.
like I said,
Give me a
unless you
second.
tell me otherwise.
I can't open calendar without messing up OBS.
Okay, 24 hours from the 28th to the 29th, correct? So that's
No, we have 5 a.m. of the 29th now, so you want the 29th. What's the weather on the 29th?
Yeah, that one is the weather one is still currently a bit backwards. Slightly windy and mild weather, few clouds. The 30th is gonna be also similar.
Okay, but I don't know that because druidcraft only does 24 hours.
Yeah, because
okay.
it's like I don't know.
No sign of the storm, at least. It's windy, so maybe that's the start of the storm approaching.
It's been windy all month.
Yeah,
The
like
month is
trees,
literally
bit
called
cloudy.
wind.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All good.
Mhm.
Okay. Well, I think that sounds like a plan, Cassius. Help yourself to the stew. Can't promise
Yeah.
anything. I think you start training soon. So
Yeah,
Yeah.
should come a little bit. Just one more thing. So, we can talk about this when I get back. But I think the idea is that we can just move to the city. But
move to the city, train here during the day, where Ibrath can sleep here during the day, and then he doesn't need to come into the city.
Sure. But I have one question about like our further like a bit of a longer term thing, and you guys can think about it while we're training. But supposedly at the end of this festival, there's also this like treasure hunt from Lady de Bolbeck.
The Amulet of
Kind of.
Life.
Uh-huh. Yeah, I'm at least interested in seeing what that's all about and seeing if we can snag that. If it's like a treasure hunt thing, I think we have you, Viera, and I think you're good at those.
I'm only good at
Maybe.
tracking
I think-
people.
Oh,
Yeah, I
you're
think
like-
it was mentioned that it was like wordplay and everything, right?
Yeah,
I don't know. Well,
but I think we
Like
have a
riddles
chance.
and stuff like that.
Yeah, sure. I'm not
we can give it a
particularly
go.
bad at those, but
We can give it a
Okay.
go. Worst case is we don't win.
True.
So
that's
Worst
definitely the
case is
worst
we can-
case.
unless there's
Worst case
some
is if we
kind of
stay a bit
entrance
longer,
fee.
then if we stay a bit longer, worst case is we can steal it from the guy that gets it in the end.
Oof. Not sure about that. If they win it legitimately.
Really? Why ever not?
Taking something from someone who won it fair and square?
All right. I was joking. Wink at Cassius.
Yes. Joking.
Viera just points at her eyes and then points at Samira.
Like, throw my arms up in the air. What do you expect?
I don't know. I guess we'll find out as we go. Training time, I think.
Yeah.
And then we can
Yeah.
reconvene after that and see what we're doing about the cats.
Mhm.
It does mean if I'm shifting my sleep schedule, I'm going to be extremely tired later this afternoon.
Okay, good to know. I can boost your charisma when you want to speak to the cat council, or something
Oh,
else.
no.
What do you want?
It's not me that's going to be doing the talking. I'm just going to be reiterating Ibrath's orders.
So you're gonna be talking.
Yeah, I guess so.
Yeah. I think. Oh, I really don't want to go back in there. So that's more your thing. Come with,
Yeah.
but
I can go alone if
You
you
know.
prefer.
No, we're gonna be
but
support. Don't worry.
I figure we're going to go in for our 100 gold a head reward, so Layla probably wants to come with too.
Oh yeah.
Oh yeah, we have
Yeah.
to check at the dock for her. Which I think we can also check the warehouse since it's nearby then.
Okay.
Well,
All right.
meet there. I guess Samira and I will spend the day training together then, Samira.
Yeah.
Uh-oh.
Alright.
Yeah, something happened to Foundry. I don't know what.
I noticed lost connection as well.
Yeah,
Oh.
it's error in something on the license. Let's take a 10-minute break here.
Okay.
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 I'm gonna
Pause the
stop
recording. Yeah.
recording.
And welcome back after the break. That
Mhm.
we didn't use actually to break.
Yeah.
Where did we stop? Remind me quickly. My brain is now off to other things.
We're heading off to train.
Yep.
And
Yeah,
Cassius
we
wants
always
to
split
tell
off.
us one last thing, which he then told us about to think about while we were
Uh,
training.
What did he tell us about?
Amulet. Remember, I want it.
Yeah.
Don't forget.
It was a teasing of are we gonna steal it or not. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Easy.
Yeah. Teasing.
Teasing. Quote unquote.
Insight check, both of you.
You know, I'm
Anyway,
wondering, do
yeah.
you know she was a pirate or not? Was she just a sailor for you? Like, what do you know? I don't remember.
She's a glad blower, you know? That's what she was.
I only know what you've told me, which is actually very little.
Yeah, I'm wondering about that right now.
Nobody knows that she was a pirate. You
No.
just
Nope.
gave it away.
Oh.
No, you would just know you were on the sea. You were on the Sea of Stars, which makes you already a little bit suspicious because you're either a
Uh-huh.
pirate.
I know you worked in a glass maker's.
Mm.
And you have done some sailing because you're proficient with boats and sailing. You've told me that
Okay.
much, and
Yeah.
you know
Interesting.
how to swim.
Interesting, because Samira is just in a mind they already know.
Well,
Okay.
not really.
Like we
No.
already know each other. They know.
Not-
Like I don't
not
need to bring
really.
it up.
Nope.
I think
we know
for me it's
nothing.
like I was like, oh, you're sailing. Okay, Sea of Stars. I'm kind of from the same area. All right, you know.
There are normal trading ships.
It
yes.
can be
Otherwise,
everything,
the
yeah, I know.
pirates,
Yeah.
because
I know.
pirates
Wouldn't
would
have
a
anything
lot.
to steal.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, but
All right,
Take it
starting it
slow.
off. Training time.
Training
Okay.
time, yeah.
Should we start with Vieira and Samira to see what in general you're doing?
Well, we don't have any kind of weapons to spar with just yet, so I'll probably end up making those today and tomorrow, and then we can continue sparring with those properly. But other than that, one of us is doing strength training, one of us is doing endurance training. So Vieira's gonna take Samira's good suggestion, empty her backpack out in the campsite, and then fill it with sand.
Sand?
Yeah, and then she's
Yeah.
gonna.
Would Viera fit with sand, considering her previous experience? Like, it gets everywhere, right?
It gets everywhere. But she's gonna empty out Cassius's backpack,
Fuck off.
fill that
I
with
ha-
sand.
You're not going to, because I have it
Samir's
with
gonna-
me.
Oh, do you?
Samir's gonna join Viera in the sand weight training, and then gonna empty out the saddlebags. I'm gonna shoulder those.
Oh, that's a good idea.
Because those have a lot of room.
And they weigh
Yeah,
a
And
that's
she
lot.
needs to
hardcore.
carry a lot of
Yeah,
weight.
You do, yeah. that'll suit you. So just do some like testing of being able to carry sand in backpacks and stuff like that, and run around and jog. And Viera's gonna do predominantly strength-based training, so lots of anything to do with using her body weight as a weight. So pull up, climbing trees to the top of the tree. She's basically gonna scale trees for an hour. As fast as she can to see if she can get faster and faster at it, which is going to wear her out, and then rest, and then we'll do some weapon sparring.
Do me please
tomorrow.
throw Viera a general athletics and a general acrobatics check to see if you face plant at some point.
General athletics is going to be terrible.
Ooh, whoa.
Yeah. The acrobatics I'm slightly better at, but not really.
Let's see. Yeah.
The acrobatics saves you from face planting into the mud.
Good job.
Yeah. Samir's gonna do those, those army jump walks, like through the rings that you do normally, but in the jungle through the roots, like with all the weight to get like little hopping, like get action in there.
This is also good acrobatics training because you have to improvise because the roots are not like on regular, right? So if you're like moving fast, you have to like think fast between the roots.
Yeah.
Also, general acrobatics and general athletics just to see how you're doing.
Alrighty. Let's do the best one. So athletics, yeah, that's good still. Acrobatics.
Yeah, you do face plant.
Just the same. Pick myself back up and back at it. I mean, it's endurance to keep on going even if it hurts.
Yeah, it's basically because you're not really used to that kind of like dexterity of like dodging the roots as you like jump between
plus the
them,
weighted
right?
down and everything, yeah.
So it's not really the way you handle that easily. It's more like, not stumbling over the roots.
Yeah. And during one of the breaks, I guess Samir will catch up with whatever Viera's doing and strike up a conversation.
She's probably chopping up some of that fruit to try and make a better stew for dinner tonight.
Samir's gonna just throw herself on the ground next to you. Oof. How's it going so far?
Taking a break. I figured I'd get some stew started for later that hopefully tastes a bit better than whatever that was this morning. I'm pretty sure there was still some stones in it.
Stones?
Well, yeah. It was a bit tough.
What? Okay. It wasn't that bad.
No, the fruit was good, so it was good that we had that. But
plus, aren't we going to go into the tavern tonight? You can make lunch.
Yeah. Finish post-training snack.
Yeah, exactly.
We're gonna need.
You can make
Please
lunch.
roll me a general survival check to see how you're cooking it. Because at this point, this is a very experimental recipe.
It's good enough for the average commoner.
Yeah, but to just quote Gordon Ramsay, it's disgusting.
Yeah.
But it doesn't need
Don't
to
care,
be a
I'm hungry.
5-course. It's not a Michelin star recipe, so it's fine. And as you pointed out, it's a test.
You can
recipe.
eat it, yes. You can eat it without throwing up, yeah.
Yeah, in this heat, I'd need the moisture and everything.
More than anything. Well,
Hydration,
we can let it cool down, so it can. I'm
Yeah.
just gonna leave it kind of.
It can be like a
cooking,
smoothie. Yeah.
Gonna leave it cooking while we do the rest of the training in the afternoon.
Some sort of compote. Compote. How do you say that in English? I don't know.
Compote.
Yeah.
It's definitely not compost because that's what you do with dead bodies.
Okay. I mean, yeah. We don't have any currently, so
Yet.
yet. Exactly. Anyways, I since no one is rudely watching us right now, I wanted to continue our conversation from the morning yesterday.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, I just taking out the stuff from my pack that's still around here. I guess thank you for the effort and everything.
Yes, of course. Like I said, like among my people, it tends to be a small gift that gets you started on something that then is meaningful for you and becomes sentimental more than anything. So
I'm gonna take care of it. I actually wanted to ask you, since we potentially gonna get in further fights and everything, you use wood a lot. Like, do you have any recommendations for polish or cleaner or anything?
well, I oil my bow, but apart from that, quarterstaves are different, especially hardwood. Your best bet is Layla mentioned something about a smith in town being
Yes,
able
she
to
was gonna
fit it.
introduce me to one.
He might have some like glaze that would help harden the wood, and also you don't want it too hard because obviously if it's too hard it won't have some flexibility and
It'll be
just
brittle,
snap.
yes.
So you do want flexibility in it. I'm guessing the smith in town would probably know more about that. He probably makes hammers all the time.
Yeah, I'll have to check that out because I want to take care of that.
Yeah.
It's a gift to cherish.
Yeah, of course. I know crafting them, upkeep is a different story. That's more of a weaponsmith, blacksmith's trade, I would have said. But if it's something that he can describe how it's made and its natural ingredients, then we could probably get some and make it up ourselves and go from
Sure,
there. Might be worth
I'll
learning
see.
that. Yeah. But as well, kind of partly what I wanted to say yesterday when we had the audience, which is why I didn't really want to say it because it's more of a personal thing, is that I am sorry about getting us involved with the grannies. Even from the outset, I've looked back at everything I do, and I always do because it's how I learn. Trying to find my mistakes. I brazenly led us into an attack with them that got all of us beaten quite badly when we didn't have to. We could quite easily have scouted, stealthed. They would have been completely unaware of our presence. We could have followed them back to wherever it was they were going, probably the inn they were in. And we could have done all of this investigation, espionage, without them even knowing we exist.
Yeah,
So I'm not going to sit here and beat myself up about it. Whatever happened, happened, and we learned lessons.
exactly. It's happened. We know not to do. We to do better next time, and
Yes.
it wasn't fully your fault. We all decided to. I guess we all were bloodthirsty in a while.
We all wanted to test our new talents, didn't we?
Yes.
And perhaps a little too recklessly test them. We didn't know what we were going up against, realistically.
But thank you for the talk afterwards, and that I also wanted to say I'm sorry how I approached you. It wasn't right for me to try and physically tackle you. That I shouldn't have done that. I should have just talked. I guess I
thought it was part
yeah.
of the training at some point, and then it became very clear that you were actually trying to chase me down. So
Yeah, honestly, I didn't set out to do that when I approached you. I guess I woke up middle of the night, like I said, heard that you had an encounter with them, and then I was scared because I didn't know if you were all right, if something had happened, if you were followed or hurt or anything, and then you seemed so okay at the beach, like nothing had happened, nothing to worry about. I get too angry. I shouldn't have done that.
I guess I was confident in my ability to get away, if not
Mm.
be unseen. I probably should have waited and, like, you were right. I should have stopped and thought about it and gone, okay, I know where it is. They haven't seen me. They're not expecting it. I can come back tomorrow with a plan instead of just off the cuff doing it. But at the same time, sometimes it's hard to
Yeah.
ignore that
I mean,
opportunity,
I
if you want to call it that.
empathize with that a lot. I myself am very spur of the moment sort of person. Lately, especially,
Hmm.
it's something I need to work on a lot as well. Like,
I think we all are. Our plans change in the middle of the day sometimes. Because something else has happened. Like we had all this plan to go and find the cat lord, and then it was like the whole Layla thing happened instead,
yeah, I
and
mean
the cat lord was abandoned essentially.
that is a bit different, I think, because that's adaptability. If you have to do that on the spur of the moment for stuff that
You do,
comes at you.
you do. Yeah, I'm not saying it's a bad thing. But
True.
I think all of us are inherently like that. We are all
Mm,
adaptable people because I guess the environments we grew up in, we had to be. Sink or swim,
mm.
isn't it? At the end of the day.
Yeah, exactly. So I thank you for apologizing to me, and I'm sorry that I did what I did when I did it. That I attacked you like that. I'm I'm trying to, release that energy other ways outside of you all. Like I think I woke you yesterday with
Yeah,
the whole
sort of. Um,
uh,
I think I'm semi-conscious anyway when I'm
mm,
in my trance. So if you're talking to me, I can probably hear what you're saying.
yeah.
So I don't know if you guys know that, but
I
I'm not
think
always aware, but I
I
can
think I
be.
got that. I got that when I asked you if when I asked Cassis if you woke up if I tried to carry you. I think you did something with your face then.
Shook my head, I think,
Yeah.
something like that. Yeah, it's I don't know. It's something. It's strange to explain to someone who can't do it. I'm in a trance. I'm dreaming in a sense, but it's more a
Mm-hmm.
case of reliving memories that aren't mine, potentially,
Okay.
um, that come
Interesting.
from my past. The Feywild is where my people are from. So every elf, when they're young, dreams or trances of the Feywild
Hmm.
for the first 30, 40 years of our life. I mean, for most elves, that's the blink of an eye. I know that's quite a long time for humans and probably as celestials as well.
Don't I gather you always often call myself and people like me celestials. We are not celestials. We have some of their blood, but we are not celestials themselves. We are. I don't know what to call ourselves. I'd have to ask. I think the pamphlet called herself Asimas.
Okay.
So I haven't really had a name for
It's
it,
like
but apparently it's called Asimas here.
part human heritage, I guess.
Yeah,
Okay.
any sort of heritage mixed with
Oh,
the
right.
bloodline of some sort of celestial.
Celestial. Right.
Yes.
Does it bother you that you don't really have such a strong connection to your bloodline? Like, obviously, I'm an elf and I have a pretty strong idea of my bloodline and where it comes from.
Not really. I mean,
Okay.
uh, what do you mean with connection?
Well, elves inherently come from the Feywild.
Mm-hmm.
For Faerun, the stories go that our ancient ancestors came from the Feywild through to Faerun, and then some chose to go home and some chose to stay. And the ones who are on Faerun now are mixtures between all different kinds of Fey that chose to stay. For the most part, that's the short story version. But in that, I know that with my elven blood, I have a very strong connection to a history of people who came from somewhere particular.
Mm.
I
Okay, I think it's.
didn't know if that was something that would bother you. Like, I guess.
I mean, I never really had a connection with the celestial part of myself. You could call it. It always was sort of trouble. I don't know from what sort of being I came from, what bloodline, if it was a sort of messenger of one of the gods, or if it was a god themselves. I don't.
Yeah, that's what I mean. Does it bother you that you don't know? Would you like to find that out someday, or does it just not bother you?
Not particularly.
Okay.
Not really. I mean, I don't know how the connection is with the gods and everything back home. I don't know if it's even worth looking. Yeah, that's another crisis, existential crisis for another day. But it was just a bother for me. The bit of extra in myself. In general, I never really had much of a connection that way.
So you were happy to kind of move away from it all.
Very much so. It's
and I guess
something in the past.
Balabalia reminds you of all of that, which is why you don't want to go there.
Yeah, I don't think I talked with you about it. A lot. I did some, but I mostly talked with Cassis about that aspect of my life because he knows about the country I am originally from, since he's from nearby, so it was easier. That way I didn't have to explain much.
Sure.
But yes, it hits a bit too close to home. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, the inner world seems like a big enough place for us to travel in any direction, so I would like to see what Balabalia is like, even if we're not there for very long, and it doesn't have to be now, it can be in years' time. I'm just curious. But I'm happy to head to Hoya instead.
Yeah.
I don't really want to linger in the city, though.
I think if we ever had to go near there, or if you wanted, I would accompany you. It'd be when I had a better grip on myself. I don't think I would be able to control my actions if I went anywhere near there.
And if you're not ready to go, then we're not ready to go. Simple
All
as that.
Thank you.
It's all about being part of a team at the end of the day, isn't it? So
yeah, exactly.
Better chances together.
Mm-hmm. All right. That was it for a break. We should get it going again.
Round 2 of training. Yep.
Yeah, we don't want to cool down too much. That's even more sore muscles tomorrow.
Yep.
Let's go.
Back out to train.
Mm-hmm.
Cassius.
The
muted double.
Yes. No. I just muted myself. I was just listening.
Yeah.
I think, I would first ask about like some more specifics on these like parallel planes.
Pick up. So you arrive.
Okay. Sorry.
Yeah, you arrive. As usual, he opens the door before you step in. This time, actually, the door swings open. He is sitting inside already, like tea at the ready, and just like motions you to sit down.
Mm-hmm. I'll sit down. Close the door behind me. Sit down.
He looks irritated as usual, but it's kind of his like resting face is resting irritated face. But he also looks a bit like very like tired.
Mm-hmm.
It's not the tiredness that you would say, like Roman insight check.
Is this still with advantage?
Yes.
You technically said last session that
Oh,
yesterday
yeah.
was the last day he had the
Yes.
advantage.
Yeah. You're right. Yeah. No, you don't have advantage anymore. Just normal. Sorry.
Okay, so but then does that feel differently then? Because the advantage came from something.
You didn't notice it until you stepped into Destrians because you were kind of like mentally prepping yourself for the intensity.
Uh-huh.
And he's still intense, don't get me wrong, but there's clearly an edge taken off, right?
Kind of just like ponder that for a little bit, but then refocus and all do the insight check. Normally. 15.
So yeah, it's the kind of tiredness that when you're tired of people.
Oh,
and
yes.
dealing with people. Yeah, that kind of tired, right?
Okay.
So he looks at you, he kind of motions you to close the door and sit down.
Yeah. Do so. Sit down.
Morning.
Morning.
You have dealt with it all.
Yes. They're apprehended.
I know. I've been there.
Well, apparently she's some sort of
Doppelganger.
Oh, that's the word. Okay.
She's a doppelganger. It is a doppelganger. They are a doppelganger. He's like, and then waves up. And then kind of stares into his tea. He's like, the mystery was that they had an armor that was enchanted and hidden. But we figured it out. It was not that interesting after all.
Are these creatures common in this world? Doppelgangers?
No. They're a thing of them in between. They don't come out that often.
So their whole thing is the impersonation. Right.
Yes, they have the ability to shift, but not the clothing that was the armor. It was enchantment illusion made in a way where the transformation of the body would trigger the transformation of the armor itself and adjust, which would then lend to perfect copies.
Doesn't sound cheap at all.
No, it doesn't sound cheap, but then again, there are veterans, and if they're doing what they're doing in other places, they probably have quite a coin. Not that will help them back in Hohir. But none of my concern anymore.
It isn't mine either, so.
And yeah, so what you asking him?
So I want to ask him specifically, going from the knowledge of these parallel worlds, and if there's some, I'll describe the Feywild to him, Fey creatures, and ask him if there's something similar here.
Yeah, so there is. So all of the elements have their own pocket. It's imagine like a bag of holding instead of bag of holding without it exploding, right? So it's pocket dimensions inside this world, right? And some are finite in size, some are, it's weird. They're finite in size, but they still can be infinite in their expanse. Like a Mobius, loop, if you will.
Mobius strip.
Yeah, like a Mobius strip. It's like a wibbly wobbly, timey wimey, but with space, right?
Oh, all right, sure, yeah, that explains it. It's
Yeah,
bigger on the inside, yeah.
Yeah, it's bigger on the inside. Yeah, but it's still like, and he's like, this is like basically difficult to explain because this is like very high level magical theory. But it is finite in space, but it expands infinitely. And then he like gives you a second to like process that, and then he will continue. But basically, some of them are further removed from the material existence of this world, right? Like, because they like kind of shifted like sideways in their existence, like in not quite parallel, although what you described as the Feywild is what he calls the Seelie Court. It's basically the domain of the mantle of life, and there's a pocket dimension for that, and it's very weird and vivid, and yeah. And there's the opposite of that, which is the Unseelie Court, which, as he describes it from your religious studies, sounds like the Shadowfell.
Okay.
And of all the like dimensions that have been created for the elements, they are kind of the closest, because there's like basically spaces where you could easily even get lost and step into the other one without even realizing it first.
Okay.
Although it is way more likely with the Seelie Court than the Unseelie Court. The Unseelie Court tends to be closer when death is imminent.
Yeah. So it's specifically Feywild is Mantle of Life and Unseelie Court or Shadowfell.
Shadowfell, yeah.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Gotcha. Just writing that down.
But yeah, the way he describes it, you have a very similar approximation, like you would know about planes and like, you know, realms outside, you know, Faerun as well, like from what you've learned from your religious texts of like where the gods reside and blah blah, right? Except there's no gods here.
Yeah. Yeah. Okay. Yeah, and I think then afterwards I will try to, because I definitely saw how useful Vinny was in, well, everything we did in Penguin basically, and also try to steer, because I think Cassius is more than ready to start doing a lot of the actual.
Yeah, he will correct you in that, like he will decide when you're ready to do what, and
No,
what you're
it was
actually
like
gonna do first is
Okay.
actually perform ritual cast of detect magic for 8 hours.
Okay.
And he will train you specifically, like he will drill you on like recognizing, looking at what it looks like, how you recognize it, how you recognize like if it's mixed, right? Because you have to figure out like what kind of magic you're looking at, so you can do other things like identify, you know. But you have to, basically he's training you on the very basics before he takes you to do something more advanced, because even as something as simple as a find familiar spell, which you kind of like asking for, yes, requires you to understand the basic principles of what you're doing, or the summoned creature will go out of control and you might actually bring in something that you didn't want to, which they might eat you, perhaps, potentially.
Perfect.
Yep.
Yep, I think that's more or less it. I don't have anything.
But yeah,
Specifics.
so it's the same thing of like, you know, you start detecting magic, it's kind of like, ow my head, my head. By the end of the day, you actually have a good grip on it, especially like in the ritual form where you take your time and ease into it rather than just like boom cast brute force, right? It is a bit easier that you like just like slowly slip into it and take your time. It has its benefits. It's a bit gentler on your resources, and you also notice that you can keep going, right? You can keep doing it as long as you take your time and focus. So yeah, we started with detect magic.
Okay, perfect.
So yeah, I will switch forward 8 hours later. That's 2 p.m. There we go. Oops. Ignore that. Imagine it's 2 p.m.
Maybe it's just coming out of the ocean because after sweating the whole day, a little swim is perfect to round out the day.
Vieira's going to be finishing off with a swim too, and also more of like a bath. She's
Yeah.
going to actually wash all of her stuff, clothes and armor.
In the sea?
As they're swimming, Samira's gonna try and explain what a shark is with example of the other fish around.
Vieira will try. Oh, no, I've got to have seen one.
Survival check. Both of you, independently.
Okay.
Yikes. Do we get
Alrighty.
attacked by a shark?
No, there is a reef.
Oh, it's
But you
disadvantage
can
too.
find. No, you don't find it, so never mind.
Too tired after that, so
Yeah.
Yeah,
Well-
you wouldn't have noticed it in the sea, so yeah.
we have one level of exhaustion,
Moving on.
so it should have been with disadvantage technically.
Yeah, but we rolled like shit anyways.
Yeah. Moving on.
Yeah.
So yeah, gonna just basically wash stuff. I know sea salt isn't great for metal, but it's not particularly good or bad for leather.
It's not good for. No, it's not good for leather at all. Sea salt
Yeah,
is
Samira can
really
give you
bad.
on what sea salt does to things in general. Like if you try to wash your leather in sea salt, don't, no.
Okay. She won't do that then. She'll air dry her leather. Because she doesn't see the point of training in it.
Yeah.
But yeah, just gonna bathe, wash, get back to camp.
Why is it nighttime?
Because I forgot to turn on the light
It's
originally.
alright. It's alright.
Sorry.
It's dark now. No more sun.
It's dusk or dawn or whatever.
3 months of darkness starting today.
Yep.
Yeah, we pissed off the sun again.
Do anything. Alright.
Right.
I guess it's just like strolling up as you guys are at the camp probably.
Yeah, just about getting dressed again.
Ooh,
What's up, nerds?
that's the one learning. We're working out. Who's the nerd here?
Meatheads then.
Thank you.
Good go well?
Yeah.
Feeling good?
Yeah, got some
Alright.
training done.
Productive day.
Yeah. How about you? Learn anything new?
Yeah. A little bit. So, you told me a little bit about the Feywild. If you're still interested. So, the way he told it, the Feywild is also known as the Seelie Court. And you also have the Unseelie Court.
Okay.
And respectively, they're connected to the Mantle of Life and the Mantle of Death.
Yeah.
And they do reside in their own, like, dimensions that are, of all the parallel things, the closest to ours.
Sure.
And you can step into them without knowing, although that's more likely with the Feywild. Or
yeah.
Seelie Court. But the way he explained it is actually, it sounds, at least as far what I know from the Feywild and the Shadowfell, which is a little bit.
Sounds very similar.
It does. Basically, yeah, Seelie Court, very vibrant, lively place.
Wasn't
Unseelie
something
Court
described
kind
on
of
the
opposite.
map that we have as the Seelie Court?
Yeah, the lands behind, beyond Hohir.
Oh yeah. The wildlands or whatever they're called.
Yeah, so there's probably a lot of connection there that it's
Okay.
maybe the place where it's easiest to step in. So, as far as I know, dangerous in its own right. Very much so.
Can be, yes. I mean, I've been to the Feywild before, but
Yes,
obviously
I mean-
back on Faerun.
According to the pamphlets, the wildlife near there is extremely dangerous anyway, so could have to do with that.
Yeah, I don't know what this world is like when it comes to that sort of stuff. Faerun tends to be either really dangerous or really peaceful. I didn't even know I'd stepped into it until kind of, I don't know, kind of intuition told me that I wasn't in the same place anymore. And I kind of retraced my steps and backed out, and thankfully I hadn't gone very far, so I was able to get back out again. But yes, it's very easy to accidentally wander in and just get completely lost.
Okay, so I gather we have to be careful going that direction.
Pretty much.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. I would say until we know more, we probably want to avoid any kind of area like that. As much as Tiffany has been a benefactor of sorts, and the Sealy Court is, you said, the Mantle of Life's home.
Okay.
Well,
Technically
connected. Yeah.
Technically her place.
Her realm? Like,
It sounds like the Feywild to me, so it's kind of there but not there. Because you can step into it.
Are you going to have preferential treatment over there because of your connection with her?
I doubt it. She's got the attention span of a goldfish.
True. Yeah.
So I'm only the latest exciting new toy that will probably get very boring very quickly.
Oh, we better take advantage of that time period then.
How are you guys standing, by the way, as you're talking?
Just
in what?
Viera's
I'm
sitting.
I'm drying off in the sun, like brazenly naked.
Viera's clothed, but sitting in front of the campfire, occasionally stirring the stew.
Oh, I thought we were at the beach right now.
Oh, I thought we were going back to camp.
I thought we were like.
This is why I'm asking where you are, what you're doing.
I figured we were at the camp.
Yeah.
Okay, if we're at the camp, she's dressed and everything.
Yeah.
Like, if we're at the beach, she would be drying off. So, but at camp, she's dressed and everything. No worries, she's not naked.
So you're sitting around the campfire all together?
Yeah, it's just like leaning against the chair.
There's the last of the stew, Cassius. So you feel free to eat that. That's yours. That's lunch.
Kind of like smell it.
It's a little bit. It's fruit and stuff that we
It's
had
better
left
cold,
over.
so
It's better cold. It's quite warm.
So Samira and Cassius, you see it first because it's like from the angle of like behind, behind Viera, but there's like it looks first like the branches are shifting because of wind, because there's wind constantly, and then it kind of like there's a shock of white, and then the shock of white turns into a humanoid shape, and I'm just gonna roll to see how hidden she is. Probably not very. She's not very stealthy. Okay, and then Viera would actually also pick up on the footsteps, and you'll have a scowling Tiffany coming out as Viera is like talking about she has the attention span of a goldfish. But that's not very nice.
But true. It's not a bad thing. You like curiosity.
I have a lot of attention span. It's just that my attention isn't on everything at the same time. It's a lot to take in.
Well, sure. So
how are you doing? Are you still alive?
Well, it's still alive. Obviously. Did you come because we were talking about you, or does that like call you?
I was coming because you were shit talking me.
So you're paying attention to what we say?
I pay attention to everything that is in nature, and you're sitting in nature, very much in the middle of me.
Still weird.
Strange choice of words.
I mean, I'll ask you when you become a mantle, if you ever become a mantle, how you find that.
Sure.
I've got a question for you. We got a map drawn, and there are some lands to that direction. Viera points roughly past a place called Hohir called the Wildlands, and it's also labeled as the Sealy Court, which we've just been told is kind of your home. That's why we were talking about you.
No, the Mantle of Life is like everywhere. That's more like where the Fae are, and they do their own thing.
When you say Fae, what sort of Fae? Because you get good and bad Fae.
You get good and bad Fae. Yes.
Okay. So is this place like both good and bad? Mostly good, some bad? Mostly
Like
bad, some
every
good?
place can be good, can be bad, can be whatever.
Okay.
So what is in the unseelie court? Because I thought that would be kind of opposite, like two sides of a coin. Because of
I
the name.
mean, the creatures on the Sealy Court do like sunlight, not always. They like running around, some of them. She's like thinking very hard, like squinting an eye. Some of them are four-pedal, some of them are bipedal, some of them are very big. Some of them like to hunt. Yeah, you have the wild hunt. Well, they like to hunt. And the unseelie are more like, fungal and earthy and gloomy, but not necessarily evil. They're just different.
So one prefers the light, one prefers the dark?
Not necessarily. You have animals that like roaming the night. They're not part of the unseelie court just because they like the night. No, it's more like cycles of life. It's like waxing and waning forces. The Sealy Court is more thriving life, while the Unsealy Court is more towards the end of it.
A completely unrelated question.
She nods.
When we all three came of us, I can't put the words in my head. When all three of us came through the tower, we came through the tower without certain abilities and traits, and we learned those coming through the tower. For example, you taught me certain spells, and later I figured out that I could wild shape into creatures, and you then helped teach me some of that once we were this side of the tower. Does that make you sort of my... I mean, these two have used the word patron?
Mentor?
That's
Mentor?
great. Oh, I'm a mentor.
Because they've also got one too?
Oh, I have to tell the others I'm a mentor now. This is great.
Well, I mean, you did teach me. That is mentoring.
But yes, I was kind of like shoving you into it. You kind of figured it out mostly yourself.
To be fair, you went shoving. It was more a case of a gentle push because I was interested anyway.
I did flick your forehead a few times, so I mean, I did rattle some of those like synapses and connections and opened up passageways, and it's very weird. But either way, like yeah, I helped some. No, I mean we can give boons if you earn it. I mean, I can be your patron. I mean, I'm gonna be busy most of the times, but sure.
It's just a question, because I don't know how any of that works, and
I mean, occasionally I will probably have to, like, because the stuff kind of made me come over and help you with that. So I guess when you get more powerful, if you get more powerful, unless you die in the meantime, she shrugs.
well, I don't see that happening anytime soon. Speaking about dying, actually, back in the world we come from, that's obviously very rare magic, and I know you've already told us here that if you're giving a life, you have to take a life to give that life back. Is there any way to do that using, like, potion ingredients? Like, if there were special plants in the jungle? Is that something that I could make into...
Well, you have the panacea, which is a very difficult recipe. And
What's the panacea?
it's a potion that can help revivify people. If they're not dead for too long. It's made from the ghost orchid, which is very difficult to find because it grows only under certain circumstances. And I will not tell you where to find it. That's something you have to figure out yourself.
Could I find that using my spell that locates plants?
If
If
you
it's
know
near
what
enough.
it is like,
I know-
yes.
Could you show me what it looks like so that I know what
Nope.
a ghost orchid is?
Nope.
Viera just squints her eyes.
There are certain things where we cannot get involved because it shifts the balance of the natural order. And
But
as a mantle,
you said we could earn a boon. So if I could earn a boon from you just to see what it looks like, how would I go about doing that?
Sounds like a
That-
minor boon. Right?
that's not a boon for me. You will
you're-
have to
you're
deal
not-
with that.
With the
You will have
father?
with the unseelie cord.
Oh, the unseelie court.
The
Oh.
ghost orchid grows only in spots where somebody was killed and died and was not buried, and nature dissolved their body, and the grief grew the flower and trapped their spirit within it. So they were not recycled through the fate, they were recycled through the earth itself.
Okay.
And that's the unseelie cord's domain.
I see. So they would be the best people to ask about that if I was interested in...
Exactly. And she kind of gives you finger guns.
Okay. So it's not that you can't do it, it's that it's the domain of the Mantle of Death?
Again,
Not-
there are
not
certain
life?
things where I cannot get involved because it would shift the balance, and there are certain obligations I have to follow because I'm a mantle, blah, 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 blah.
Protocol rules.
Pacts.
Yes, we've heard a lot about those, haven't we, Cassius?
Yeah, a little bit. So you're saying like so the soul gets trapped in the flower, but then does that? Just a general question with souls
Well,
and
it's
spirits.
a purification process of like the flower takes away and purifies the pain of that murder. So once the life is transferred to somewhere, it's difficult. It's a whole process.
How long does that
but
generally take?
as long as it takes to decompose a body, usually.
All right.
It's a certain circumstance. It's not even every murder that happens that way.
You said something about grief, so the person that has to be grieved?
The death of the person has to cause a high enough grief in the soul for them not to be able to let go.
Unfinished business, for example.
And yes, but that also can cause other things, like they can come back as raves, and it's complicated. There's multiple variations of that. This is why it's not really reliable to find out how. It's really rare. I mean, there are spots where you have a whole bunch of them, but yeah.
Good to know. How are you doing?
Great.
Good. You're the Mantle of Life.
She checks out his stew in the meantime.
Yeah, it's not that great. I don't recommend it. What sort of sea creatures are there around here? Because
Big ones, small ones.
We used to fish like this size, and Viera holds her palms not very far apart.
I mean, you have fish that size.
Yeah, but there was a ship in the harbor that was sunk by a tentacle, apparently.
What's the predator in charge around here? Like, generally in the water. Like, that's good measure
I
up.
mean, you have the big whale sharks, and then you have the krakens, and then you have the other leviathans, and then you have
Okay.
also the big tuna. You also have sharks. You
Which one
have
is the one with the tentacle? The big ones.
that's the kraken.
All right.
Okay.
Kraken as in how big?
I mean,
Uh,
was it big? You said ship cracking.
Well, I mean,
it
they
was big
sunk a
enough.
ship, so
Then it's big enough to sink a ship.
Are they common around here?
Yes.
Are they common to attack ships around here?
I mean, only if you piss them off.
How would
They're
you piss
usually
off a
very
kraken?
deep. I mean,
Mm-hmm.
ask the ship that got sunk.
Yeah, might be a plan.
And you said leviathans? Is that
Yeah, but it's not really my domain. It's more like the elemental of water. She deals with them. So
what is that? Like a
Levi-
kraken or
they're big things in the deep.
okay?
but they
Do they
tend to
come out
stay in the deep.
often?
They tend to stay in the deep because they're very big. You see, they don't like coming into shallow waters because it would make them stuck.
Mm. Okay.
And they get very aggressive during the red light. So I would avoid being on the sea during that
Yeah,
time.
we heard as much.
We planned on being in a very safe place for those few. Is it few days that it lasts?
Months, I think,
Months.
right?
Mm-hmm.
2 months. You have them also on the outside. They're not that uncommon. The deep folk know how to deal with them, but you won't probably meet them because they don't come out.
Deep folk?
It's like merfolk.
Mermen?
Like bad ones or the good ones?
I mean, it depends on how much you piss them off.
I'm noticing a trend.
Yeah.
I mean, it's a trend with everything here. It's like everything can be good or bad. It doesn't really depend on what it is. It depends on how you go at it.
Are the deep ones usually around here? Do they come up often?
Deep folk? They're more to the continent to the south, I guess, southwest, southeast. You know, where the elves are, because they're kind of elves, kind of not. It's kind of weird.
Okay. Okay, so they aren't.
They kind of are elves. They don't hang around with the other elves because the other elves are kind of like stuck up and judgmental. At least the ones here. The other ones on the outside apparently were not that bad.
Good to know.
All right.
They have a thing about like having roles in your life, and you have to fulfill a little role in your life, and it's kind of like being a mantle but on a smaller scale. And I kind of get it, but it's kind of boring. Whatever.
Sounds like a drag, yeah.
Yeah, she finger guns Cassius. See, you get it.
Mhm.
How's your crystal? Did you start hearing voices yet? She gives you a wink.
No. But I think I actually figured out something.
Oh yeah, tell me.
Like
What
I
did
had
you figure out?
I had a time that it was like really when other people like felt things, I also kind of felt them, which was not a lot of fun.
That I remember that. That was.
Is that
Well, mine didn't start with that. Like I had it at some point later, because the first one that really affected me was like the one in my lower back. That was
what did that
fun.
one do?
She kind of gives you a wide grin.
I'll figure it out,
Thanks.
I guess.
It's gonna be a lot of fun. Maybe not. I don't know. Maybe if you're
Perfect.
into it. If you're not into it, stay away from people
What?
or plants.
I'm not gonna stay away from people.
Or animals.
What?
Never mind.
Sorry. No, please
She
continue.
just grins to herself. No, you'll figure it out.
Anyway, there was this feeling things, and like, did it go away for you at some point?
Oh yeah, you get used to it.
Yeah, I think
So
I got that. Like,
well, good.
yeah, I'm not sure. Like, Samira, can you get angry for me?
Are you kidding me? I am
Bit-
trying to regulate my own emotions. Why do you ask me to get angry?
I mean,
Well, I could
seems like
also
it's
ask Viera
working.
to get happy, but
Well, I did find this whole situation amusing.
yeah, didn't get any of that.
No.
That's something I want to test out. I want to go into the
Oh.
city and see like how I react to people now.
Hello, I'm still here.
Yes. Yeah. So
If you want to ask me anything, you should ask me now because I'm about to fuck off, and then
well,
can't ask me.
I asked you about the lower back crystal, and you were like, "You'll find out."
Yeah, you'll find out.
Okay.
It's
But
nothing
then-
bad. I mean, do you like sex?
Oh, it makes you horny.
Well, among
Okay.
other things, yes. It makes you very breedy.
Okay, that's a
Okay.
weird way to name it. Okay.
Can you still stay in control? Is that a thing?
How is your sex drive usually?
Non-existent from what I've seen.
Oh,
Wow.
It's
Alright.
oh,
great.
Viera. Oh, Viera.
You've not done
She
anything
like
for 2
wiggles.
months.
She wiggles her
so-
pinky fingers. Like, do you have trouble getting it up?
Just
Don't
stare
you
at her.
worry. That will totally solve your issues.
No, I don't have issues like that.
I mean, all right.
I didn't really do anything with that specifically because we didn't really have the time, and I was planning to do that during the festival, but I was dealing with all this other fucking bullshit of
Yeah,
not
how
getting
about
murdered.
we move on from this topic? I don't want to know about your sex life, dude.
Why not? We share everything, right?
Okay. Then continue
As
on.
Tiffany sits down next to Viera and like leans her hands on like her chin onto her hands and looks very interested.
Go on then. You said we share
Yeah.
everything, then share.
What do you want to know?
I don't know. You were talking.
So, do you like boys? Do you like girls? Do you like them both? Do you like neither?
Like more towards women, I think. No. Some people are just interesting.
Didn't stop you going on a date with Yes.
That's what I said. Some people are just interesting.
Yes.
Wait, on a date with Yes?
Yeah.
Yes.
You went on a date with Yes.
Oh, you know him?
I gotta go. Bye. And
Wait.
she like what? No, I. The
The-
finger guns like she's getting
Don't-
up and back.
Don't just start talking about something and then just go. Like, what's to do with him?
I'm
What do
running
you
an
know about him?
appointment. It's really urgent.
Okay.
Can't miss. Bye. And she like shifts into a white fox, and hops away very quickly.
Okay.
Just like hold the bridge of my nose.
What was that about?
All right. Before we start talking about her ever again, we need to find a way where you can like block her out and just get her
She's
when we
the
need to.
mantle of life. I think as long as we're alive, that's
I think we
probably
can just-
impossible.
Avoid speaking her name and then,
Well,
keep talking.
She turned up because we were talking shit about her. So
Oh yeah.
Yes.
So now we know how to get her. All right. Perfect.
true.
So yeah, we did learn about a bunch of flowers. So just have to kill some
Apparently
people
that
that
sometime
are.
in the future you're gonna be somehow horny.
Yeah, probably.
I mean, we don't know if that's a difference from anything now. He's just not showing anything.
That's why I asked about control.
I think
Okay.
And
the
no,
more
for your
al-
information, I'm not obsessed with it.
I think the more
I-
alarming thing out of all of that conversation was that Tiffany
I
knows
know.
Yes.
Yes, that was more
How
alarming. And just
the
letting you know,
fuck?
Cassis, I don't think you're obsessed or anything. You're just a flirt. I get that.
What did we get from Yes? The coin pouch, the bag.
The bag. Mhm.
Mm-hmm. You had your date. Is there something? What kind of person was he that she had to run away from that conversation?
I I mean, she's the fucking mantle of life. Like, I don't know why that would bother her so much. So that disturbs me more than anything else. I mean, he was
Exactly.
like
Like,
he was.
can we trade all of the stuff that we got from him for the same thing?
Oh,
Just someone
okay.
else's is what I'm thinking.
I don't know if we're gonna find anything here, but maybe in here,
Yeah,
the
maybe in
magical items
Hohir.
are supposed to be common there.
Yep.
Hey, Cassius, what face are you making at this moment?
I was thinking, just
Okay.
I was pinching the bridge of my nose, which is a very Destian thing to do. So practicing that,
That's a
and
mannerism.
otherwise just annoyed and a little bit worried. But yeah, that's disconcerting.
Yeah.
He didn't seem that.
I mean, he seemed creepy,
The
but
de-
that kind of
the
person.
devil lures you in and never gives you any idea that something's wrong.
Sure.
Okay.
Potentially. I don't know. I mean, we're speculating again. But
Mm-hmm.
Tiffany's reaction to him was unsettling at best. So
Mm-hmm.
I would feel safer getting rid of anything we got from him, even if it's swapping it like for another one.
Yeah, swapping is the best option, I think.
Even if we sleight of hand it from under people and replace it with our version, they're not going to know the difference if it does exactly the same thing.
If they're like magic item shop owners, they probably have some certain magical aptitude. I would not try to fuck
Would
with
they
them in that way.
recognize two different items that do the same thing?
I think they have just different. They're different magically. They're from the other world. Like
Yeah, they might.
they seem
they?
different to my magic view. Yes.
Oh, do they?
Yes, in general, I think they seem a bit more muted.
Vera, roll me a general wisdom check.
Oh boy.
Never mind. You guys never roll anything when I need you to.
That's fine. Never mind.
Yeah.
Well, that's what
Moving
he
on.
expects.
All right.
Keep going.
Okay, so everybody's done with their training.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
Well,
So
for today.
what's the deal for today?
Well, I said that we would be going along to the Cat Council.
Mm-hmm.
I want to go into the city anyway to see
Test out
if
your theory with people.
Yeah.
Yeah. If we're going to catch up with Layla for the Cat Council thing, maybe I'd like to see about the Smiths she was talking about connecting with me with,
Yeah.
since to take a few days getting that commission.
Should we do that first and then head over
I mean,
to the Cat
We can
Council?
go visit Layla first and see.
visit Layla first.
Layla, blacksmith on the way, and then Cat Council.
We can sell our bows, Cassius. We were talking about that, right?
I've still got a bow I need to sell as well.
Oh yeah. Oh, maybe you were talking about selling a bow. I don't know if Cassius was. I don't know.
Cassius has his short bow as well still.
Yeah.
So,
could
we were
probably
told
get
the
rid of him.
hunters were more likely to take those, weren't we?
Yeah, that was with the bows was the hunters, not the blacksmith.
Oh,
but
okay.
I'd be interested to go to the blacksmith anyway. There's some supplies I do need to get, some more clothing.
We should
Actually,
probably
Samira,
get some new food rations as well, dry rations.
Also.
Yes,
but
yes,
I
Cassius.
wanted to see if you maybe like before if we're making a camp or in an inn, if you have a couple of hours to help me fix up a new disguise.
Oh, sure. No worries. I mean, right now I'm not but now I'd have time during my training still with Vera, but afterwards I don't know how long we're gonna stay, but I'm thinking on working on something at the blacksmith's then. If they whatever gonna loan me the forge and everything. That's something I want to talk about too.
Sure.
But right now I'd have plenty of time, I think, yes.
Okay. Yeah, just can be over a couple of days, whatever. some ideas.
Yep.
Okay.
Okay.
City time.
City
What
time.
do we do with the donkey? So are we
We're
actually
going
after
back to
this?
the inn, so do we want to go to the inn first?
Yes.
Drop the donkey off.
Good idea.
Get rooms.
Yeah. Yeah.
We might have to
Rooms
pay
or just
for
one
them.
room?
Well, a room.
Yeah, a room.
It
I think we can pay
depends
with
on what-
that for.
Depends on what they've got. If they've only got very
Yeah.
small rooms, we might need multiple.
We have plenty in the party funds. Just
Okay.
letting you all know.
Okay.
Plenty.
I think we can still. I mean, I'm willing to check if we can still just like ride on Janshai's thing.
You can ask about it, but I'm not sure
I'll
if
try.
that goodwill is still up there. I don't know.
As Lady Seraphine is still alive and kicking, so
I
as far
mean,
as we
You
know.
can ask.
technically, we were responsible for getting the grannies arrested and deported back to their home. Would they want to know that?
Well, they're not deported yet because there's no shit.
Maybe we can tell Seraphina about that grudge, that personal grudge against her.
Yes.
I mean,
she
she
might want to
already
know
kind
that.
of knew, but
Do we have
Well-
confirmation now?
Yeah, we do.
Okay.
So, should we head to the inn first?
so Jaden's Sticky first, then Layla, then Blacksmith, then Cat Council,
Sounds
Mhm.
good.
or like shopping in between there.
Yeah, or whatever,
Yeah.
whatever we decide to do in the meantime. We're technically free people now, so
Mhm.
we can do what we
What
want.
catches our eyes?
Let's go.
All right.
Okay, so
Gonna have to wake up Ibrath as well, although it's nearly his wake up time.
yeah, it is nearly his wake up time. You can
Mhm.
wake him up.
Yeah. And she's gonna ritual cast Speak with Animals before she wakes him up. And then
Mhm.
tell him that, hey, we're heading into the city. I want you to come with. And we are going to see if we can sort out this business with the Cat Lord amongst some other stuff, and I will need your help for that.
He like exhales, through the nose, thumbs down onto the ground,
We'll go
and then
hunting
like
later.
raises a paw, and gives you like that resting cat face, like give me the vest.
And no vest. If you're coming through into the city, you're coming in as Ibrath, not some other pretty cat. I mean, you are pretty, but
Yeah, he gives you an offended look.
you know what I mean. You don't need a silly
Fine.
vest to look pretty.
But it's not about looking pretty. It's what the is and where.
And you're not a Hisson.
Yeah, I'm better.
Obviously. And everyone will see you're with me. They'll know that nothing is bad. There'll be some glances and there'll be some talking, probably, but as long as you don't go running attacking anyone, I'm sure it'll be fine.
He yawns and nods.
Let's
And
go.
if a cat could shrug, he would shrug.
Yep.
But they don't have shoulders, so he doesn't shrug. I mean, they don't have shoulders like humans have.
Yes, let's go.
Yeah,
Into the city.
into the city. So, which way are you going?
We would need a map to
Stay
know that.
through the middle.
You can click on the map still.
Click on the map. There we are. It's nighttime.
Oh, wait.
Mine's stuck on 80%. I know. There we go.
In
I think we're going straight through the market because Cassis wants to test
Yes.
his emotion thing.
We are
Yep.
going the straightest path.
load.
Yeah, we're going right through the fishes into the market.
Still loading. It's a big map.
Yep. Pause there.
There we go.
Daylight.
Mm.
Makes
Yay!
it harder to see where the token is actually.
It does.
Dude.
So what happens when we get to a bunch of
Stickies.
people?
You
Wanna
have a
know.
bunch of people.
I was like looking around, like trying to like some happy
Vieira's
faces and-
poised to wrap something over his eyes, like her hand.
Yeah, elbow
Basically.
intertwined currently still.
After
linked
the
elbows.
several days of like having that overload, it's almost like you're missing something, right? It feels a bit weird. You'll never be quite the Cassius you used to be, right? But you're also not overwhelmed by what is going on.
but most importantly, I'm in control.
Yes.
Yes. I'll probably just like look around a little bit, just like closer to some people, just like listening in on whatever they're doing, just trying to get like a their
Both departing.
impressions. And then I just hug Samira.
Hug
gone.
him back with. It's gone. You alright?
I'm back, baby.
Have fun.
Alright, you can let my arm go now.
Okay. Pat him on the back.
If you want, you might have started enjoying it.
Pat him on the back and still interlink the elbows. Seems like we're going to drinking today or tomorrow.
I mean, I still have to like get up pretty early, but sure. Yeah, sounds good.
Yeah, we can make time.
Yeah.
You don't have to get drunk, and you can if you want, but not
Like, wait,
today, because I
Drinking, but
don't
not getting
have-
drunk?
don't have that spell prepared to cure you of that hangover.
I mean, there's only so many days left of the festival. Gotta enjoy it, right?
There's another 6
Yeah.
days, and normally
Yeah.
the
There's only so
festivals
many.
normally they get a little bit more rowdy toward the end, don't they?
They do.
So, yeah,
They definitely
so
do.
It's worn off just in time for you to enjoy the best part of the festival. That's one way to look at it.
Perfect.
When's your training ending?
Oh, not in a long
Weeks.
while.
If it's anything
Okay.
like ours, yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah.
It's going to be like the 10th of next month. By
Don't
the time
forget
we're
you
done.
have exhaustion, by the way, from the
We
training.
all have
I know, yep.
exhaustion.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
That's okay.
Do have a fate point I can use to burn it off if I need to.
Yeah.
If you need to.
Mm-hmm.
Anyway,
Mhm.
you
We
have a
arrive-
donkey in a crowd of people.
Who's chewing grass, and
He's chewing.
I would imagine Ibrath, being a
Chewing
shadow
air.
panther, is
Doing something.
slightly more of a concern in a crowd of people.
Ebraf is actually sticking close to Matteo because Matteo naturally causes people to walk around him.
Okay.
Braff doesn't.
Not really. I mean, some
Yeah.
people do notice him as a curiosity, but because he's not going around growling and clawing at people, nah.
Yeah, they're not interested. It's what I thought it would be. They just think he's a Hissen who's lost his socks or whatever. Anyway, yeah, just keep making our way through the crowds, like dodging the worst of it if we can. Now that we know that
Yeah.
Cassius is okay,
Yeah, we're going back to
make our way along
like the alleyways.
docks so that we can find the inn, the Licky Sticky or whatever it's called, Sticky Licky.
Yeah, where Robert is hanging out. Yeah.
I fucking hate you all. Yeah, okay. Yeah, you made it back to Ginny and Sticky. Yes.
Licky sticky.
A Lakey Sticky.
You still have that one Hiruzmani who's like at the stables, who's like, the moment he sees like a pack animal basically approaching, he's already getting up,
Oh,
if
good.
you-
The inn has rooms then.
I mean, from your stay, if you remember, I did point out because this inn is very far out, most of the action actually happens close to the harbor, right? Because, yeah. So it still has rooms, yes. And
Nice.
but
Okay, we're gonna park.
Hiruzmani takes care of Matteo.
Mhm.
That's
We're gonna
the
park
sentence
Matteo.
I actually wanted to say.
We'll take all the saddlebags off him and stuff.
Yeah.
Hugo Mateo,
Um,
we'll be back in a bit.
It's still early for Janshai's crowd to be around, but Jaden will inform you that no, there's no tab. It's 2 gold per person per day. Mind you, with all food included.
Did they cancel the tab? Or what happened?
I mean, didn't cancel, but you left.
Well, you probably heard about stabbings in the city?
That too, but I heard it was resolved.
Correct.
It was.
And
So we had to deal with that.
We left because you don't like trouble in your tavern, and we didn't want to cause you trouble. So while that was
But
all
that's
getting
good.
resolved, we thought we'd get out of your hair.
Oh yeah, the tab is closed, however. So unless John says anything else, it's 2 gold per person. But your meals are included.
To go per
Janshai around?
person, even though if we are sharing a room again.
I mean, it's the bed, it's the sheets I need to clean afterwards, and it's all the food that you were getting all day. I still need to cook that. And it's nice quarters, and you're not sleeping in the stable.
How much is the stable?
I mean, that would be cheaper if you want to sleep in a stable. Fine with me.
Nope.
Yeah.
I'm not particularly plus.
Is it possible to get a little bit of a discount if we pay for a couple of days in advance?
Roll me
so
a
you know.
persuasion check.
Hey, we're
Disadvantage,
gonna be
buddy.
here a while, so
Yep, we definitely are. And you know, with all the trading with Destrian, and you know, I want to get a good night's sleep.
Persuasion check.
With disadvantage, perfect.
do we get can I help him by
How are you
saying
helping?
well, he's mentioned that we're going to be staying a couple of days. What he actually means is more likely 25 days, so quite a long time.
Certainly longer than the
And-
festival would run, and
We can
therefore
pay for that up front, those 25 days.
Roll persuasion with advantage.
So normal because of the it's with
Yes,
disadvantage because
yep.
of the yep.
come on.
Mm.
Oh buddy.
Mm.
Oh buddy.
Mm.
Oh buddy.
Still not terrible.
It's not terrible. It's not
Low
great.
roll today, everybody. Low roll.
How about you pay me as you use it? Because you also flat out packed up and left. So you might pack up and leave again.
Well, we
Well,
only packed
but
up
then
and left
paying-
because of problems, and those have all been solved now.
Pay one day, we'll see about it afterwards.
Okay.
Deal.
Okay.
6 gold.
6 gold.
Thrown it
Yeah.
over.
But that's gonna be like, you know, dinner, breakfast, lunch, right?
Whole 24-hour service.
It's fair.
Alright, alright.
Sounds expensive, but
We're still okay.
And she was like, I get you what? Like, if you need some laundry washed, you can use my laundry room.
That's delightful. I take you up on that immediately.
that would
And
be
she
useful.
she will explain to you where it is.
We don't
Thank
need that
you.
service, but all right.
Also, the
Mm.
bath water is just like refreshed. If you want to use it, you should do it next 2 hours.
I mean,
It-
we
We're
just
taking a
bathed
quick
in
break. I'm taking a bath,
sea,
everybody.
But yeah, my hair's not feeling great after the sea salt, so
Yes.
Doesn't look great after the sea salt, no.
but I
Ah,
prefer.
ow.
You guys know I can just like get rid of that. Just don't have to waste time.
It's just not the same. It's not the same, Cassius.
Because you
Okay.
haven't done it before. Yes, go on then. I'm interested. Just the hair.
Okay, let's go to the bathroom anyway.
Let's get our rooms
Yeah.
first and sort all that out, and
Yep. All the
instead of
stuff
You
in
can
doing
there.
you can have the same room you had, and she could, you know, get
Great.
you upstairs, and then You know,
Alright.
Thank you.
leaves you to it.
Put down the
Alright.
saddlebags and all that kind of stuff. And then,
Oh, I would have asked her if for today we'd have a reduced cost because it's already midday.
No, it's
And we
24
are not.
hours until next day. So like you have.
Okay.
yeah.
you get
Oh.
lunch. Even though
Okay,
we've
lunch
had
is the
a
beginning of
rubbish
No,
everything.
you
one.
get dinner, breakfast,
And lunch.
and
Yeah.
lunch.
Okay.
Okay, dinner is the beginning.
Well, then we
Good
don't
enough.
have to wake up.
She
at
taps
stupid
her
o'clock and
her
leave
temples
early in
like
the
I can keep track of a few additional guests. Don't you worry.
Good.
Great.
All right, bath time.
Oh
Down
god damn
the
it!
saddlebags.
It's like darkness everywhere.
Everything is
Darkness
night.
everywhere.
Yeah.
Um,
So before we go to the bath, I'll just like, so, you ready? Yeah.
yeah. Should I be expecting something? I mean, it's a lot of hair.
Just snap my finger just while she's talking.
You know,
Does
I
it,
get
does
that
it do
you.
all of the hair in one go though? Because my hair literally goes like all the way down my back.
Is it a cubic foot of hair?
This might need one more than one.
Probably-
Yeah.
I mean,
Alright.
if I braided it and then rolled the braid up, probably. But I'd have to braid it first.
See that the first part isn't like the lower part isn't clean. Just snap my fingers again. 6 seconds later, just do it again.
Nice and
You know-
smooth and shiny.
You know, I appreciate you doing that for us, but honestly, it doesn't feel the same in general, especially like body washing, because we didn't go through the motions, so it still it feels like it should be dirty. It's just, I think, a mental thing.
Yeah.
It just isn't the same.
It's just expedient and it's perfect. I don't know what you're complaining about.
I mean,
I
it's,
don't know,
use-
it
it's
just isn't
useful
the
on the
same.
road. I get Samira though. It isn't the same as a bath. There's a ritual to cleansing yourself,
Mm-hmm.
and for you,
I mean, a bath is nice, but
Yeah,
sure,
exactly. But it's that nice factor of the bath. So
Yes, exactly. And now I'm having a nice bath. You can come along.
fine.
Because we have stuff to do today, and I don't want
do.
to bathe in a dirty bathtub again.
Yep. All
that's
right.
true. I'm gonna go
We're gonna-
anyway because the hair's great, but the rest of me needs to be clean too. It's covered in sea salt. So
Okay.
It's like sand. It gets everywhere.
it's also coarse.
And
is.
buff.
So yeah.
The worst.
Damn it. That's a fucking staple already.
Hate it.
Okay.
You started it.
No. No, Chris did because he is the one in the fucking desert.
Oh yeah, true. But you started it today.
Yeah, that's true.
So yeah, you go take a bath. It's
Mhm.
it's the usual thing of like as I explained before, where you clean yourself with the bucket outside the pool, and then you can dip yourself in the pool.
I go through the steps with Yara this time, so she, doesn't do the same
Yes.
mistakes.
Oh, I learned. I did bathe the second time when I was here last time.
Okay.
So I kind of got the gist. You did explain it how I totally messed up the first time by just diving into the water
Yes.
as a muddy cat. That wasn't so
Uh-huh.
great.
In general,
Yeah.
if you wash, like you soap or anything, you don't do it in the water
Mhm.
either.
Of course, yeah. The water's there
Yeah.
just for your clean body to go into and
Mhm.
relax.
Exactly.
But yeah.
So yeah, you do a communal bathe wash.
Mm-hmm.
As is the usual for us.
Yeah, I
Sure.
mean none of you is bothered by that, so not a big deal.
A bit of light conversation about the afternoon. So what are we're going to get Layla from the docks.
Mm-hmm.
We're
Yep.
taking her with us to the cat council to get her
Uh,
share.
Yeah.
I don't
Yeah,
think she
before
wants to
that-
go inside, but
Yeah, sure.
she can stay
She'll have
outside.
to if she wants her money.
Well, we're gonna give her the overview of what's planned with the cat council because
Yes.
she's gonna be the
she,
head.
She may have a better
head
idea
count.
too.
Yeah.
So
Yeah.
but
And she's
before
gonna
that,
point out the blacksmith.
before that, we're heading to the blacksmith because what
Mhm.
did you want, Cassius, from a blacksmith?
I'm just interested to see if I can like. I mean, we got some money. See what they have. I actually want to buy a couple of daggers. Actually, also some stuff that I used to use with the groups that we ran, like caltrops, and throw on the ground if you're being chased. Also like the little metal balls, ball bearings.
Mm-hmm.
You
Right.
get a bunch of those actually.
Do we want to see if we can get some kind of molds, Samira?
Oh, yes, I was gonna talk with the blacksmith about doing a commission for a couple of things that I've planned anyways.
Okay.
About boring the forge. So if you want to
I
talk about the molds and
I'd be
everything, then sure.
curious if we can make like an airtight arrowhead that contains poison, and
That is very interesting, yes.
when it goes in, then
Maybe it has like a fail safe, like a bit of the a bit of the arrow is very brittle, and then it breaks apart when it has contact.
well, if it's a glass arrowhead, the impact would shatter the glass anyway.
Yes.
But you kind of want it to shatter with the rest of the shaft pushing some of the poison in.
Mm-hmm. And that's what I was saying. Maybe the tip is gonna be
might take a bit of experimenting, yeah.
Yes, maybe the tip is gonna be more not hollow at all, but the end is very much hollow and sides are gonna shatter and stuff like that. It's gonna
like
have
you're
to be
firing
experimentation.
a
Yes.
small glass vial at someone in the hopes that it goes in and shatters.
I mean, we could also, because that's poison, but I think there's also some tricks that I can pull with some reagents and create something that doesn't necessarily have to go into the skin, but maybe
Oh.
Or just onto the skin.
like
Or maybe on the floor, shattered on the floor before. And
like alchemical fire.
Oh, interesting.
Okay, what does that
Or
do? Is it just
burn.
Oh. So we
Like,
might be
if
able
it
to
comes
fire
to
an arrow that shatters and then burns whatever it hits.
Possibly.
Now imagine if that got
And maybe we could have
inside
a
you.
separate
Oof.
arrow of oil to stoke the fire even more.
We could, yeah. There's lots of
Some
different
plants.
uses.
Yeah.
You could have just normal water in one too, a water arrow.
I don't know what that would be the use for. Maybe there's some sort of chemical that works with that.
Fire it at torches to put them out.
Yeah.
All right. Okay. If we can't reach torches, sure, that's an idea.
I mean, we can
if we need to
do it from a little bit of a distance, but
Yeah.
it does
You just have to be really good at shooting a bow to make sure you hit.
Yeah, I mean, I mean, I think making more immediately useful ones.
Yes, yeah.
Well,
These are just ideas. Yeah.
Yeah.
More useful. I would go with the perhaps the alchemical one that Cassius mentioned, and
That
maybe
is very
a
interesting. And a poison,
one,
yes.
and just as testers to see.
Maybe you have some sort of powders that can spread in the air before your target. Maybe choking the powder or anything. Does that exist? Like if you want to choke someone out.
Smoke, probably I would maybe know, but that sounds more like poison things. I mean, we could work together on that.
Shatter for it to actually hit the air, though.
Yeah, but it might be a nice group project that we could work on.
We could do, yeah.
Combining our skills a little bit.
Yeah, when we go to the blacksmith, we can ask about their ideas on molds and everything.
Yeah.
And yeah, I'm definitely gonna be looking to strike up a good conversation and relationship with that person because I am planning to borrow their forge.
Well, didn't they say they import metal weapons and stuff? So it might be a simple forge.
I'll have to see. I hope it is. I hope it has the heat necessary for me.
Well, we're going to end up with wrinkly skin if we sit in this bath for any longer. So let's get going.
Okay, let's go.
Yep.
We're gonna get out, get dressed, get ready, and head on over to Layla first.
She has the keywords. Yeah.
Yep.
So back to Penvent, the map.
Yes. Keyworks is at a dock somewhere. Keyworks is at a dock somewhere, right?
Yes.
Yeah. Just
Yeah,
put in the
probably
token,
just-
right?
Probably just ask around. They know the inn.
Yeah, I just want to show you where it is. Give me a
Mhm.
second. Keyworks is come on. Here.
Hmm?
This building.
Oh, very hard to see, but okay.
Oh, okay. Yeah, I just saw it now.
Yeah.
All right.
Okay. So, very crowded in this area. Like not like the market, not really outside. This is like the places where like people are crowding inside, right? So let me pull up all my notes for the Keyworks. So, it is a sizable tavern inn. Lena, for Samira, and actually also Cassius, this is the kind of joint you would expect at a harbor tavern, where like
Mhm.
the crowd is not as quiet as in Jade and Sticky. It's like clearly crowded. They're clearly partying. They're very merry. There's no like it's not like the tavern in Arabelle where like fights are breaking out and but it's a rougher crowd. You can see that those are like muscular, taller people, predominantly men, mind you, as well. There is music playing, they're having fun. It's like really have to like squeeze through the crowd. It's a party, right? It's a party. And if you like look around, you will pick out Layla among a crowd of tieflings in the corner, actually with one of the bards very close by. And the bard actually stands out immediately because it's a very beautiful looking tiefling, right? You're not sure if it's like a young boy or a girl with like very short hair, but they're really pretty. I hate that I don't have the picture because it's on my other computer. Lena saw it. Like Lena, it's Jinx. Right?
Oh, it's Jinx. Hey!
It's Jinx. If you can copy just like into OSC, like
Give me a second.
Yeah,
I need to go to your.
that would really help because I don't think I can convey how pretty Jinx is.
Jump right over.
I think if these two are heading into a tavern, Vieira's going to remain outside with Ibrath, because that might be too much of a stir.
I mean, it's actually quite nice, like at the docks, because it's currently not busy. There's not many ships, right? There's only one. Like there's sailing like boats, like fishing boats and fishing smaller vessels, right? But
Darling.
I mean, that's mostly like already done. Like the fishermen are already back mostly, or they're out and about. There you go. That's Jinx. So that's one of the bards. It's like that's the one bard next to that table, and like kind of like picking away at what they call it, lute, the guitar thing. And even the singing voice is not something you can like immediately pinpoint whether it's female or male. It's just really smooth and beautiful with some like rougher like husky edges, on the notes out, and just playing a merry song that kind of like complements the overall atmosphere and doesn't disrupt the other bards, but it's like it's kind of its own thing, right, for this corner of the table. And kind of like Layla is in the middle of this, right? And they're sitting there, and half of them are also merry, and she's kind of sitting next to a tiefling that's kind of like hunched over, leaning onto like his forehead, leaning onto his the palm of his hand, is kind of like continuously shaking his head. He looks like super vexed actually, which is in extreme contrast to the rest around them. and Layla is kind of like drinking her drink and kind of like occasionally patting him like good naturedly on the back and going like, oh, they're there, right? And the guy, basically the guy that's hunched over Lena, do you have Creo as well? If you
I
could.
just have the
Oh no,
whole.
I have actually Creo. I have Creo.
Okay,
I
have
can show
the
Creo.
whole crew if you want me to post that with the names,
Yeah,
but otherwise I.
Post them all. Just post them
Okay.
all.
There you go.
Because they're all here. I mean, almost, yeah.
Yeah.
So there you go. Most of them are here. I'll just check. Yeah, Larrabee is not there. Larrabee is never in the taverns. And the guy who's also not around is Jürgen. So Jürgen is missing. Some of them, yeah, they're basically in and around the table. But like the core bunch sitting here is, you see Layla, next to her is Creo, who's like kind of like leaning his head onto his head. It doesn't look very happy. Right next to him, kind of like turning away and more like towards the crowd and like paying attention to the crowd and like kind of like flirting with one of the females there is Karl Heinrich. And Erica, and basically it's like this corner of tieflings, and the entire crowd in this tavern is very mixed. You have a few humans. It's predominantly tieflings because in the city, like around the harbor, it's predominantly tieflings anyway. But yeah, that's kind of the crew. And on the other side of Layla is also an older tiefling who's like kind of amused looking at Creo, who's like still shaking his head and being very unhappy. But this is the scene you find, basically. What you doing?
All right. Following Cassius, I'm assuming I'm just pushing him along since he had that whole talking everything with her at first. So
Yeah, just like moving through the crowd, like just enjoying myself. I can finally be myself and walk up to the table, look at Layla, nod.
And it takes a moment to notice you, right? Because there's a lot of people crowding here. It's not like you're stepping to the table and it's obvious that you're stepping up to the table, because there's a whole bunch of people around the table, right? And then she finally notices you and then grins widely and then like cheers like, hey! And then she goes like, guys, just second. And she kind of gets up and kind of like climbs over the bench over the people because she's in the very corner so she can get to you. And they're like leaning back, pulling back the drink so she doesn't spill as she's like moving, hugging the kegs and stuff. So as she moves like kind of like half across the table, and then she ends up on the other side of the table next to you. It's like, how are you doing?
Good afternoon. Hi.
looks like
Lively
you having
place?
fun.
Yeah.
It's festival. Of course I'm having fun. Gotta have fun when you're done with work.
Sure. Definitely.
Work hard, play hard. I can get behind that.
Mm-hmm.
Are you here to play hard? And she kind of gives Samira a wink.
I'd love to, but we were actually gonna want to talk to you about something.
Oh,
Yeah.
She like waves at the table, just puts her kegs. Let's talk aside. It's loud here.
Sure. Sounds good.
And you go outside with her.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So Viera is also just waiting outside
Yes.
directly, or okay.
Yeah,
Is
she's
she-
just
is
kind
she
of
that
walking
close by?
around the docks area, just looking and with her breath.
Oh, so
and
you're
dodging.
not immediately there. Okay.
Well, she's
Okay.
she's like 30 feet away at most.
I think
Oh,
with her breath, I think she's gonna be very visible if he's along with her.
Yeah,
Yeah.
Layla will like wave, like, hey.
Hi. You ready?
We haven't talked yet.
What? Ready for what?
Oh.
What?
Well, you wanted a slice of the cat lord, didn't you?
I mean, not of the cat, but of the reward. Yes.
Yes.
The cat lord reward. There's a tongue twister for you. Yeah, that I assumed as you came outside, that's what they'd talked about already.
But
Yeah,
you
it's loud
you
inside.
It's
figured
really loud
you fig-
inside. Yeah.
you figured out how to get the color off?
Well, we know who owns the collar.
And we were going
Fine.
to have a chat with, hopefully, the council along with, I don't know, she has an idea about the reward because technically we were hired to fight the Cat Lord, and you would come along as, your head also gets the payment.
We were told the payment was X amount per head, so you would have to be there to get your share.
I mean, I didn't find him. You
Well-
guys found him.
Yeah,
Well,
but you helped.
but you also helped secure him and stop him from being sold.
Also, wasn't that payment promised to you, but Cat that got away?
The
But it
whole
was
council
with the whole
agreed.
council
The
agreement,
council
so
agreed. So
They voted on it,
they did.
Good luck on that. Sure. I'll come along just to see what you're doing.
are you coming
Uh,
inside this time?
No.
Yeah, I think we were planning to bring the council to the Cat Lords, hoping he has, grip on things.
You're taking the council to the Wiggly Danger.
What?
The
Oh, yeah.
the cat lord's in the warehouse.
Not anymore, no. He got up and walked back to the Wiggly Danger. We assume it's because Tiberius told him to.
Oh, okay, yeah. Okay.
Okay. And you couldn't
Yeah.
stop him, or that would like mess with the bond thing.
Well, I mean, yeah.
Oh, great.
Couldn't
In
just
that
knock
case,
him out.
We're moving the
Or-
cat council to the Wiggly Danger until he releases them.
You can't force that, as far as we know.
No, I know. But it's in the gnome's best interests to release him.
Well, I mean, Creo's kind of paying for the release. They struck a deal in a week.
Oh.
Okay.
I mean, the captain of the ship that I told you about. Like,
Mhm.
Yeah. Just tell us the story, please. We're kind of lost here. We obviously missed out on a lot.
well, you see, apparently Tiberius wanted to hire Creo and the Mother of Mercy to transport the cat to Balabalia
Mhm,
and
Mm.
sell it there as an exotic pet, basically.
mhm.
Sure, to slavery, yeah.
And well, yes, but Creo wasn't aware that it wasn't just a pet. It was actually, one of the Hissen. So he's not really happy about that to begin with. But since the gnome knows apparently that if he dies, they will not be released, they struck up a bargain. So Creo's gonna pay for him in about a week, I guess. I mean, it's his money, and
Okay.
it's a lot of money.
How much is the deal for?
2,000 gold.
Wow.
Nice. So
Yeah, Creo's
possibly,
just sitting in there, being unhappy because he doesn't have the money immediately.
but the cat
Yeah,
council
thing
does have
is-
money.
Thing
How-
is,
Right.
next week you said, isn't there like a deadline for the thing they had with the rat people?
Yes. In like
She
2
shrugs.
days.
Mm.
Yeah, but that was I think
That was if
considering
he
the
hadn't been
circumstances.
seen, so
Yes,
we could move
if he
the
wasn't found.
council to the Wiggly Danger Tavern. Therefore, he's seen. Therefore, the deal can go ahead. Tell the Rat Lord to meet the Cat Lord in the Wiggly Danger Tavern to discuss terms.
I think we already asked someone then. I don't remember who, but the Rat Lord probably doesn't want to deal with the Cat Lord while he is in this circumstance. Because it makes the
Yeah.
negotiations a little bit biased.
But they don't have to negotiate anything.
No. I mean, they can hopefully wait, but with the whole money situation, it's only fair that the Cat Council actually, helps Creo out, right?
Yeah, I mean,
Would be something to talk about.
Seems like it, yeah.
Does he have that amount of money? Like 2,000, you said?
Well, you just said no, he doesn't have it.
No, he's gonna have it. It just takes some time. Even he takes some time. I mean, he's a good trading ship.
Hmm.
He makes a decent amount, especially when travel is rare. And well, he will make enough money because he will need to ship all the Karabakh Sea Dogs back to Hoya, and it's gonna take a few trips.
Okay.
But
So
Creo is
they're paying him to do that.
so Creo is going to, buy him out. Is like are Creo and the Cat Lord acquaintances? Were they before?
No, but he really doesn't like that he almost traded him away as a slave. He is really upset about it. He's also really upset about it that he cannot, stab the gnome instead of just
Yeah.
paying him. But, that's why he's sitting there and being all gloomy and stuff.
I mean,
Oh, that was Creo then?
Oh yeah, that's the captain. That's all.
Huh.
it
Like that's
sounds
part
to
of the
me
crew around the
like
table.
the
And
Cat
oh
Lord.
yeah, and sorry. Yeah.
No, it sounds to me like the Cat Lord needs to be freed, and then this particular item you and I know about Cassius needs to be misplaced.
Oh, you mean the dragon silver collar? Well, that was not part of the deal.
Yes.
If
Misplaced.
Well, the whip.
I'm just wondering if you can pressure maybe like not us at the moment, also if we can pressure the Tiberius to maybe
You can't pressure him. We talked to Destrian.
We don't need
You can't
to
pressure him. He needs to release the bond willingly,
Yes.
or it's not
Yeah.
going to work.
But it sounds to me like
annoy
once
him
he's
into
released
willingly
it,
releasing it.
yeah, you can't do that either. It sounds to me like
Fuck.
once he's released it, we need to remove it from him.
Can't we just steal the leash and just give it to the Cat Lord so he can control himself?
No.
It can't.
No,
Ah,
the bond is
fuck.
made with the people. It's not just the item.
Yeah. It's
The
like
item
it's
is
like
the carrier.
all promises are
basically.
between people and promises are binding. It's like an item that forces a promise from you, almost. From what I
It
gathered.
does.
Yeah.
All right. Fun.
Well, in that case, it doesn't sound like there's anything for us to do. The Cat
Yeah.
Council's reconvened. We can tell them that the Cat Lord's an arrangement's been made to free him within a week. You said something like that.
Something like that. Depends
Yeah.
on how quickly they pay
Mhm.
Kriya's people. Oh, and that means he will be doing a few trips back and forth. If you want to get off the island, I don't think you can make it on the first few because
We're not interested in leaving
Oh
just yet.
no, not currently yet.
We have lots
yeah,
of
but
things to do. So.
he will be making a few trips back and forth. I will probably catch one of those when there's enough room. I mean, there's
Oh.
like 40 crew members.
We're also
Oh,
not
so
going
you-
to
so
catch
you-
the first one.
So you're
staying
not
for a little
waiting
bit.
for
There's
the
not
release
enough
of the Cat
roof.
Lord?
I would love to catch the first one, but nah, it's booked.
Okay.
That's
Yeah,
fine.
so we can have.
Guards called dibs on the ship, so all the Karabakh Sea Dogs have priority. So I'm stuck here. But party.
Sure.
Yeah, you
You
still
I
can
mean-
hang out.
six
You
more
can hang
days
out
of
a little bit.
parties.
I mean, the party, you don't have to stop partying just because this party stops.
Exactly. So don't worry about it. It'll be fun.
Yeah, we're gonna stay a while still, and
Do
yeah.
you know anything about this hunting competition at the end of the festival?
Not my thing. Whatever.
Okay, just thought I'd ask. We'd heard about it. We were interested. Just wondered if you knew, as you seem to come here a lot. So
Not a
I
regular
guess-
thing.
okay.
I guess I just wanted to ask you about. You said you were gonna introduce me to a blacksmith.
Oh, Nana? Sure. Tomorrow?
We can do that tomorrow. Yes.
It's
You sound
a bit late now, and
Yeah.
I don't want to go to Nana being half drunk.
Okay.
You want to leave a good impression on Nana.
Okay. How is she? She? Like?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Nana Demirci. She's a master weaponsmith.
Oh.
She's actually quite famous. She's not originally from Penvent, but she's like one of the really known people in Penvent. She has been working at her trade for like over 100 years.
Wow.
She's
Tea-
one
How
of the
do you-
few dwarves.
tea
in
dwarf.
town.
Okay.
How do you make a good impression then with her? Because I was.
You
Ah.
have to be polite
Mm-hmm.
and don't be sleazy. She looks at
Mhm.
Cassius and
Just
shoots him a
grin.
finger gun.
Screen at her.
Bring a gift if you're asking if you can perhaps use
Yeah.
a
No. She doesn't like flatteries. Just be polite.
Oh,
Okay,
I'll be
polite.
useless there.
polite and coin
Alright.
up front, I guess.
All right, because I was we were staying a bit longer
If
apparently,
you're lucky,
and I was gonna
she's not in, and you have Hattie, her nephew, an apprentice.
Hattie. Okay.
Yeah.
Does she loan out or rent out her forge? Have you heard of that? before?
Oh, you have to ask her. That's her baby.
Okay, I'll have to ask them. Make a good impression because
But it's not the only smithy. It's just that she's the only weaponsmith in
Mm.
town.
okay.
Mhm.
Yeah, sounds
Yeah,
like the best choice.
I'll see. Yeah,
Still sounds like the best choice, yeah.
yeah. Would appreciate that introduction then.
I mean,
Alright.
her smithing places. I mean, I don't know that much about smithing, but from what I know, it's pretty impressive.
Mm.
So, did you
Alright.
come to party? Oh no, yeah, you're going to the cat council, or he's still going there? You're not going there?
No
Or
idea.
you wanna
We're
come
still
in party?
going there. We're going to see if
Yep.
we can extract that coin out of them that they technically did promise us. Because they did agree it.
If we can extract the coin and your head amount is there too, then I'm gonna go and deliver it. Don't worry.
Well,
Like I said, I wasn't part of finding him, so I'm good. I'm good.
You sure?
okay.
You sure?
Oh yes, I'm sure.
Alright.
Okay.
Fair enough.
Okay. So you're not
All
coming
right.
at all?
In that case, we'll catch you later.
I am coming to see if you get kicked out of on your decent ass.
Yeah. Unlikely. Let's go.
Very unlikely.
Okay.
She
Okay.
turns around. Hey, Creel! Going to the Council of Cats. Be back. Dodo. See you later. Bye. And
All right.
Right. Well. Head off to the Council of Cats. If I spot any cats along the way, Yeah.
Missing cats. Way less cats than usual.
way less cats than usual, but still some.
Hurriedly all going into one direction. Yes.
Follow them. Yes. That's one way to find the Cat Council.
Roll me in acrobatics. All three of you, because you gotta also
I-
make it for the crowd.
But
While you- Oh, you're getting on the
And I-
roof.
yeah, I'm getting
Roof?
on the-
What?
Oh,
Okay.
fuck, I'm getting on the
Okay.
roof. I'm following the cats on the roof.
Sure. I'm gonna follow Viera on the roof.
I'm gonna just apparently not on the roof. I'm gonna stay on the street, but I'm gonna try and force my way through.
Oof.
Okay, so I need 2 acrobatics checks. So like 1 acrobatics check each from Viera and Cassius, and 1 perception from Samira to see if you can keep track.
Perception?
Yeah.
Oh, fucking hell.
Yeah. Because you're on the ground, they're on the roof. So
I'm fine.
Look at Viera.
Fucking hey,
Oh.
hell yeah.
Yeah, sorry, I didn't roll with disadvantage either.
Oh, it was.
roll again. I just want
Still
to
a
see if
9.
it gets
Still a
worse.
9.
No. Hey, but the good thing is that Samira does see you slip and
Yeah, I can-
fall, so you can roll me a saving, a
Dexterity.
strength saving throw,
Strength?
I do, or.
strength to like for Viera to see if you catch yourself at the edge of the roof.
Oh,
No.
can I try to see if I can catch her?
Yes, and you
Okay.
get advantage on this because you were watching.
Okay, that's a strength, or what is that?
Do me an athletics check with advantage. It means normal.
Normal.
because- yeah.
Yeah, no, fuck that. I don't get to
Wow.
you. Yeah.
Terrible rolls all around.
I would just say Viera lands on top of Samira.
Yikes.
You take
Ouch.
each 1 point of bludgeoning damage.
I'm just gonna
Fuck.
stand at the edge of the rooftop and just laugh at them.
Fuck you!
Actually, I'm gonna roll to see because this is actually quite a drop.
Oh, wow.
Ow.
Oh.
Ow.
Who gets the 6? Does she get the
Both.
6?
Me.
Both?
Yeah.
Woo!
Oh.
Better be
Ow.
She went
careful
in
on
the
these
top.
roofs.
Ow.
Oh.
Oh, fuck. Get up.
God
Get
damn.
up.
Ow.
I...
Actually, how did Layla do? Come
Um,
on.
She's
Layla?
drunk.
Oh
Yeah.
yeah, she is.
What does she do?
is gonna. Well, yeah, she's probably gonna do on the roof as well.
Oh, falling flat on your face, please.
Wow. Wow. And you don't know if she's drunk.
Yeah, I'm gonna pick up
She just said
Viera
she
to
was
put her
drunk.
back on the...
Half
She
drunk.
did.
I'm gonna pick up Viera to put her back on her feet and then heal
fine.
myself for full points. Because
She
fuck
comes back to
that.
Cassius and like standing next to him as she watches the pile down below. It's like
Amateurs.
yeah, total.
Middle finger up in the sky.
Right back at you.
I'm gonna get you tomorrow. And then I heal myself for the full points.
No, it's fine. You can sort all that out. Let's just get to the Council of Cats. I'm gonna stay on the street now.
Yeah, let's go. Don't slip, Cassius, or I'm gonna laugh at you.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. So yeah, you make it back to the Council of Cats. As before, and Viera didn't witness that, but like, basically, like Layla follows, and then and I'm not gonna sit here. She sits down in a way where she can see the entrance door, but she doesn't go anywhere close to it.
So I jump down the roof. I'll just get next to Viera.
Good luck.
Just,
Thank you.
It's also night by now, by the way.
Oh, okay.
Just gonna put my hand on Viera's shoulder and cast Cure Wounds. Oh. There you go.
Thanks.
You okay?
I'll shake it off.
I cushioned up Paul. She's good.
It's still fuck.
You definitely did.
Mm-hmm.
I think it
I was
wounded
trying to-
me more
yeah.
than nothing.
I was trying to catch her, but that did not work out.
Yeah. This is like checking out Viera for like bruises or healed.
This is what happened.
I'm gonna be covered in bruises tomorrow, I think.
Yeah. It's just like you guys have spent all day training,
Yeah.
so your reflexes and stuff are not quite like your
Still a bit
body's.
sore and stiff.
Yeah.
Yeah, I was trying to catch her, but my muscles gave up, so I kind of buckled. She dropped.
And just look at Samaria, okay though?
I'll be good tomorrow.
I mean, I can cure you now if you want me to. I've got.
It's already evening. We're gonna sleep anyways. Should be fine.
Okay.
Not too bad. I got myself a bit.
A few bruises, scrapes. Yeah.
Yeah, I had worse.
We're here. I think it's probably a good idea for me to make myself as presentable as possible.
Yeah. Okay, what's the plan? What's the battle plan?
Well, everything's changed, hasn't it? So we're going in, we're getting our money because the Cat Lord's freedom has been arranged.
By the way, even outside you can hear yowling of cats. Yeah.
Oh boy.
Okay. Cassius,
It's even worse than last time.
Cassius, you can make the loud sounds, right? You can make the voice very loud, right?
That seemed to agitate them. The last time you were like whistling, it did get their attention, but I think it's just shock and awe. Just get a breath in there.
Yeah. So the plan is we're gonna go in, tell them the Cat Lord's been found. A plan for his release has been made in a week's time. That's the deal. That's what they hired us to do. Yeah. So
I can try to calm them down.
Oh, we can do
at least around me.
Let's not do any flashy stuff. At the end of the day, Breath's gonna go in and assume temporary control.
I will keep that in my pocket.
Yeah.
and
All
I
right,
will use it if I think it's necessary.
Okay.
And don't worry, I think I can suppress it a little bit. They're maybe not gonna notice.
Yeah,
Right.
you're gonna speak for Abrath, right?
I'm gonna speak for Ibrath. Yes.
Okay, come here.
So-
And he just pats you on the shoulder. You can do this. I'm gonna just give you a little boost and enhance your charisma. So you got
Advantage.
yeah,
Which cancels out the disadvantage.
Eagle
yeah.
Splendor. Yeah,
So it's just normal.
it's just normal. Yeah.
Yeah, let's go. And Ibrath, you're in front.
Yep.
In we go.
So okay. Again, as you go in, the noise is just getting worse. So inside you find a very small cowering spot. Like once you go,
Oh,
so to reminder, you go through like a first room that is more or less like a storage,
Mhm.
very dusty pile of just crates and shit, and it doesn't look very used. It doesn't look like anything useful. It just looks like stuff that has been like tossed there and abandoned. There's cat fur everywhere, by the way, mixed with dust. Chris knows how great that is. Not at all.
Yep.
And
yep.
and there's actually even light flooding out of the main chamber, right? And when you step in, it's like this like huge auditorium, like of rows of like decayed seats partially. It's not really being repaired. It just looks like the entire building has been abandoned at some point and nobody has been taking care of it. They just took over, right?
Mhm.
But because they're cats and they don't really live and they don't really probably care about these things either, they don't really maintain it either, right? But it's like in the middle is like basically a small cowering spot where like being yelled at from all sides, and he's trying to calm them down, and he's miserably failing, and he's just shrinking more and more and more, and it's just like this ball of small cat misery, right?
Mhm.
What are you doing?
Vier shifts into Shadow Panther form, walking behind Ibrath,
Mm-hmm.
and she's gonna just tell him, walking up onto the middle.
Well,
Next spot.
because he's annoyed by the noise,
Mhm.
will just like flat out like step into the middle and go, the big cat growl,
Mhm.
which snaps them all immediately at attention. Just roll me a intimidation with advantage from him, just to see how intimidating he is.
Meow.
No.
Okay, he has their intention. They're not really. I mean, they're by far outnumbering all of you, right? Like,
They are. Yeah.
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 He's got their attention. That's the main
Yeah.
thing.
So they go quiet. They calm down, right?
Mhm.
There's the occasional meow and growl, but it's not the mind-numbing, deafening, noise.
Do I understand the meow growl now that I'm a Shadow Panther or not?
Yes, but it's as understandable as you would understand like a really loud crowd yelling at the same time,
Mhm.
right?
Yep, to be expected.
Yeah. So basically, it's this like now that they calm down, it's just like murmurs of disapproval, like, or who's this now,
Mhm.
Because the people, at least the hissing immediately in the surrounding, you catch a few comments. They clearly know this is not Nachtar, right?
Mhm.
So they kind of curiously now, suspiciously watching you, right? They don't know who the fuck you are and what you're doing here.
Mhm. Now that we're here, I presume Spot is still standing in the middle, not cowering so much.
He's still cowering, but now that he sees you, he's like looks at you with like quivering bottom jaw, and he just like crawls behind you too, and
Yeah.
just hides there.
I'll basically pat him on the shoulder and offer him basically a perch on my shoulders too.
I mean, he's very big. He's like child size, right?
Child.
Yeah,
Yeah.
that's
Yeah.
nothing.
It's a child.
Not like small child. I mean, like, just saying he's not that small. But yeah,
Okay.
he will not perch on your shoulders because he still wants to
Oh.
he's
Okay,
trying to sit
I'll
up
offer
tiny
him.
bits
Yeah.
and not look as miserable. He's like trying to recover some of his pride.
Yeah.
Not much.
I'll offer.
'cause-
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'll offer him a smile, basically a spot behind me to hide if he wants to, but otherwise, just
Yeah,
grip on
he
the
will
shoulder.
just hide behind
It's
you.
okay. Yeah.
And you can hear like an exhale of relief behind you. It's like, I survived. Poor thing. Okay.
Hmm.
So, Abrav looks at you, Vera.
Yep. And Vieira looks at the crowd and says, "We are here because you hired us to find the Cat Lord and free him. A deal has been made to release him within a week's time."
Who are you? How is he gonna released? We know he cannot be released.
In the meantime, Ibrath, to my left, is here to take temporary control of the situation. Does anybody want to challenge him?
We still want to know who you are. And Abrav was like, shut up! Rawr! And it's like, Whip! It just quietened down.
You know who we are. You hired us to find the Cat Lord.
You were hired by the traitor!
And by the Council's agreement, which is you, every single one
Before
of you.
we knew that he was a traitor.
That's irrelevant. The deal you made was a promise made with us. You voted on it and you agreed. That is you making a deal with us. Nothing to do with the traitor. It's irrelevant.
And basically that triggers an entire cascade of again differing opinions on what they should do next, and it threatens to escalate into that chaos again.
She just
right.
growls.
They roll me normal intimidation.
As she growls, I'm gonna use subtle cast of thaumaturgy to let the ground tremor.
Oh, okay, nice.
So subtle cast, so it's gonna be just the ground itself gonna tremor, but I'm just like standing there with my arms folded.
You can do. What are you doing?
Normal intimidation check?
Yeah, I mean, roll me an. You cannot stack advantages, as far as I know.
That's fine. That's
No,
fine.
yeah,
It's more.
yeah.
It's more of a flavor effect. I'm still gonna
Yeah,
do it.
yeah,
Like I know
yeah.
it's mechanically not gonna help.
Oh, fucking hell.
No, you open your mouth to growl, and as you inhale deeply,
She nudges Ibrath.
Yeah, but you can kind of choke on your saliva,
That's fine.
and start coughing, coughing. Yeah. Braff looks at you and then growls for them to shut the fuck up. Roll me, an advantage, a Braff intimidation.
There you go.
Okay, now they're a bit more intimidated than they were prior.
Yeah. To quieten them down, basically. Vieira is going to explain that the Cat Lord will answer all of their questions and more once he's been released. Until such a time, they are not to hold another council, and the deal with the Rat King will resume once the Cat Lord has returned.
And Spot was like, you have to give them a suggestion to vote on. Make it 2 options.
Okay.
And then Chrissy goes silent because he's thinking.
Yeah, obviously. And she's gauging the room at this point, just like calmly looking around, waiting for Ibrath to growl a second time or third time.
Yeah, I mean, the last time he growled, he basically growled at them like the next one who starts like the ruckus, he will eat them.
Good job.
I suggest a vote. A vote on if you will finish your deal with us right now, since you have gotten your information and everything, or in a week's time when the Cat Council can once more meet with the Cat Lord.
Roll me a normal persuasion check, because I'm giving you advantage on this, because this is very.
Persuasion? Okay.
It's a really good. This is a really good suggestion.
Persuasion, okay. Okay, I was hoping on intimidation. But okay, I can do persuasion.
Should have given yourself the charisma feat.
It's already advantage.
That's not bad.
Yeah. Okay.
Remember, you've only got to sway the majority.
Well, let's roll. I am gonna roll general checks. And let's say
I mean, it both charges we get our money. That's why I suggested it.
That's what I was trying to do in my head, but I couldn't think
Yep.
of the words to use.
Definitely a good one.
this is a good suggestion because I'm just explaining the background. You were giving them the option to choose something that lets them wait until somebody else deals with it.
Yeah.
Yes. So
And we're still in the positive. Ooh, damn.
Let me see the rolls.
101.
that's close. There's one
Yes.
meow 4.
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 versus 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. They're not still persuaded, so it's like starting to rise up in the loudness again. I'm letting you try to add one more thing in favor of the decision to vote on. Maybe Cassis wants to add something. I don't know.
I'm thinking.
You keep thinking.
A promise made is a promise made. Prove yourself more honorable than the traitor.
Anyone else to add something?
I mean, that's pretty convincing.
Yeah.
Promises are binding. Bad things will happen if you don't honor your promise. You all know that is true.
And besides, otherwise the spiders is just gonna eat everyone.
Cassis, you can roll the final check with advantage. Persuasion.
So normal.
Yeah.
Alright.
He's better at persuasion than me. Yeah, there you go.
Both suck. Oh my
Okay.
god.
It work.
They will vote. They will vote, and I will just roll a percentage. So above 50, I will say that they give you the money immediately.
Mhm.
And under 50, they will wait a week. And basically hand you the money when the Cat Lord is freed.
Yep. Hey.
Getting paid today?
Hell yeah. Teamwork. We good. We good.
Okay. So they will, pay you off because you can note Vera, you especially because you can read like a bit better like animals and stuff. They're wary of breaking, deals and getting consequences for that.
Yes.
Right. So because they don't know, it seems that they're unsure how far this deal would actually affect them because they did vote yes.
Yeah.
But it didn't
They
specifically
didn't
make the deal.
make a promise.
So they don't know how far it extends and they don't want to risk it, so they're just going to pay you. Yeah. Okay, you get 300 gold.
Sweet.
Sorry,
Um,
you get 400 gold.
Why?
A brav, yeah.
A brav.
Oh,
The counting.
breath.
Yeah.
Result.
Uh, Layla should have definitely come, even though she didn't
She's
want the
sitting
reward.
outside. She doesn't get a share. She didn't want to.
No. Well, she wouldn't have to get her share.
Can I
She'll just get-
suggest we throw 200 into party funds and then split the other 200
By what?
to personal funds?
200 in the
Sure.
party and 200 through 3.
66 gold and some coppers, and somebody gets left over.
Yeah, 66.66666.
I mean, you
Is it
can
not,
just
not
like
just easier to
still-
just all take 50 and
Yeah,
then
we can-
Yeah,
add 50 to
I
the
was
party
about to
fund?
say, Yeah.
Or we can just put 100 to the party fund and all of us get 100 personal.
Yeah, do that.
Party
Yeah.
fund is already pretty buffed up anyways.
Well, the 100 will disappear quickly if we spend 25 days, 2 gold each.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that will
Party
disappear
fund
that party
is
fund. So I was just thinking we
plus
can use
100
that to pay
to
for the
fund.
tavern.
Okay.
We thank them for their time,
Mhm.
and we hope the Cat Lord is returned to them as soon as possible.
Well, they will devolve again into still heated meowing, not as bad as previous,
Mhm.
because it's like what they're gonna do in the meantime. But they're not focused on you anymore.
But they also voted on the council disbanding and not meeting again until the Cat Lord's returned.
Yeah, but they're not meeting again. It doesn't mean they're not doing anything in the meantime, right?
Yeah, sure.
So they
Um,
basically devolve into debating whether they should do, and then basically Spot will let you know, it's like, yeah, you just leave them to it. They will disperse at some point.
Yeah, that's fine. We're already halfway out the
Yeah.
door. I suggest you come
Yep.
with Spot, but
Spot is absolutely coming with.
Viera is going to shift out of Shadow Panther form before she leaves the Cat Council. Back into Elven form, like you said. There's the storage room at the first, so
Yeah.
as they're moving through there, she's going to shift back into
Mhm.
Elf form, and then head out. And
But that went well.
as she shifts back, she'll go, "Told you it was worth it."
Yeah,
Bit of-
nice.
Bit of cunning talking there, Samira. But
Yeah, good job, Samira. That was
that I was trying
was
to
really
word
good.
the same thing, but I just couldn't think of the words in my head. So
I was just bothered by the cat so much. I couldn't think of anything.
So was the breath. He walked in and growled immediately because they were just annoying him.
Mhm.
They were very annoying. I guess that's why I wanted to get this over with quickly as
And
Yeah,
possible.
no.
growls in agreement.
Yeah, I agree with
Spot
you,
laughs
Brett.
at that.
This is
It's dealt
completely
with.
with you.
We got paid, and
We did.
our mission is done. That's it.
Resolved.
Mhm.
Where next?
Just climb out the building now.
dark.
Yeah.
It's dark outside. Bear that in mind.
Climb
so
out.
it's nighttime.
Yeah, it's nighttime.
Mhm.
So
Finger gun to Layla. See?
Layla is climbing down, and he's like, I see that you're still alive.
Yeah.
alive.
We got
and
paid, so it went well.
Does it mean we're parting? And she like hooks her arm around Cassius's shoulders, like, come on, let's party.
A drink.
to
Yeah,
celebrate.
we can do a drink. We
And
can
she
do a
starts
drink.
dragging Cassius away, like back towards the harbor.
Back in
Perfect.
our own inn, I would say. Unless you want to do
Ah,
some
no,
specific-
Jaden's is not great for party. Come on.
A drink.
Yeah,
Come on.
let's go.
I'm not taking
Oh,
your breath
Vera.
into a busy tavern.
I mean, Spot, like, well, I can take him back to Jaden's. I wouldn't mind being around the
I-
big cat.
I think he would be taking you back to Jadine's.
He nods eagerly.
Are you okay with that, Ibrath? Or do you want to head into the forest? Because the forest is literally like 100
He
meters
like
that way.
nudges Spot ahead and basically starts nudging him towards the forest of like, okay, you're gonna go hunting with me.
Oh.
Very fatherly, like nudges.
Have fun.
Time for you to learn some new tricks, Spot. Hunting properly. Not little mice and rats.
So yeah, they go off hunting together.
Okay.
All right. A drink. Let's go.
Yeah,
Do it.
sure.
Perfect.
So okay, you head back to
Forgot the name.
He works.
Keyworks.
Keyworks.
Yeah, for some reason I got stuck on Keg. I don't know why, and then I've tried to force my brain back to Keyworks. No, it's Keyworks.
All right.
And yeah, you head back to Keyworks where, like, she shuffles basically through the crowd as she gets back to the table where the Mother of Mercy people are, right? Creo is not there anymore, but the rest of them is, and kind of like the bar that you saw prior kind of took over, and it's like the sole entertainment now, right? But he's like, they're playing really good music, and everyone is cheerful, and she like immediately orders drinks, and shunts like the bigger guys from the table away so you can sit down. So yeah.
Yeah.
Are you drinking as well, Viera?
Yes.
Only if they serve wine and only one glass.
They do serve wine, and they will try to talk you into drinking more.
Good luck.
Not gonna work. I tried.
She's still got enhancement on charisma checks for the next hour, which is
Yep.
basically then normal
Yeah,
because of exhaustion. So.
doesn't keep you from inside. But yeah, no, I'm not gonna force it. Like if you're not. But like, what about you guys? Because these people are infectious, right?
I have at least 3 drinks. Because that's the amount that I can do before making saves.
Wow.
I know that's my limit. Like,
I know
after this,
Cassius
I
is
can
gonna
get-
talk
yeah.
you straight past that limit.
I know. I'm just waiting out. I'm waiting it out.
Yeah.
Well, no. Like Cassius is quite like he's happy and he's partying, but he's actually
Okay,
quite reserved
I
with
hope
his drink.
somebody has the drinking rules out because I don't have access to them at the moment.
No
Yeah, so
worries.
Two
We can
like
drink.
drinks.
Yeah.
So
sorry.
are we doing light drinks? Are we doing hard drinks? Because this is the
We are
island of
allowed
rum,
a number
and
of-
these are they're doing proper shots, right?
Yeah. Just saying, we allowed a number of drinks equal to a con modifier before we have to roll.
Yes, yeah.
Yeah.
So are we doing hard drinks or soft drinks? I mean, not as hard drinks, alcohol.
I'll do
are we doing
one
shots?
shot. I'll do one shot with them and then a beer.
Yeah.
And
same.
that's it.
1 shot, and unless I get thoroughly talked into more.
Oh yeah, she
Uh,
will absolutely try to talk you into doing more shots. Like it's like competition at this point, right?
Come on, persuade me. Come on.
Okay. How much do you like her in this moment?
Better than.
There you go.
I
And
said
she's
it.
paying, by the way.
Oh. 2 more drinks. 2 more. Not too many. 2 more.
Okay, I will say she can follow you. Free drinks for free drinks, no problem. Free shots, right?
Mhm.
So after the third, Cassius, how many can you do?
Yeah,
And
what
are
do
you
you call
following
it?
as well?
I have one shot and I have a beer.
Oh, you
2.
don't.
Nice.
You're not going for it?
Nope.
He's got to get up at 5 a.m. tomorrow morning.
Oh,
Yep.
he's more afraid of Destrian than. Okay.
Yep.
Oh,
He's-
well,
he's
yes.
also
Well,
more
that
afraid
definitely
of
counts.
Vieira doesn't have the ability to remove the poison from his system right
That
now.
as well, but he's also enjoying the fact that he is not that swayable anymore.
Okay.
So normally he would be more receptive, but he's more like, no, this is good. So he's actually enjoying it more that he's actually staying in control, which is also kind of intoxicating in its own right, but
Absolutely.
Yeah.
Samira, you going
Yeah.
past 3 drinks?
Yeah.
Okay, here we go.
Good luck.
First con saves.
Okay, con save. Fuck yeah. Ah.
What's the first
Yeah.
DC? This DC is 10, right?
10.
At the
The
beginning.
DC
Yeah.
is 10,
Okay.
so I'm tipsy
Okay.
now.
You're tipsy now. Layla is still fine. Okay. Actually,
Getting
that
drunk
should have been a
under
bit of...
the table by a waif, Samira.
You did not just say that.
Okay. Oh, does it mean you cannot hold your liquor?
Okay,
Yeah,
drink game, let's go.
normally
Let's
she
go.
is much better
Yeah,
at it, but
she
this time
orders,
it's
she
awful.
orders another, like, you know, she just
Yeah.
waves, like, you know.
Let's go.
Okay.
Let's go. You're gonna regret saying that. Hey yo! You're gonna regret saying that!
Okay. So, what do you get with the natural 20? I forgot.
It's just a success.
Yeah.
That's
Okay.
it.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah. You're not gonna sober up just because you rolled well.
No.
Yeah.
Sadly.
Okay. So next drink.
Sure. I got dead into this, so I'm gonna continue on.
Okay. Next drink. Ooh. DC is 10, right?
Yeah, I think it increases
When you
by 5
after each drink until you fail.
yeah, until I fail.
Okay. Yeah. She failed. She's tipsy. It's like, okay.
And Samira failed, so she's now
Yeah,
drunk.
I am buzzed.
Yeah. Yeah.
Because is your DC 20 now, Samira? after
15
failing
is it, but
twice?
now I failed, so it's now 10 again.
Oh, okay.
I think with each
Well, in that
fail,
case, you succeeded last time, so the DC was 10, so you succeed this time.
Huh?
Well, you succeeded on a
no,
25.
each fail,
Oh, each fail.
fail, it goes back to 10.
Right.
Yeah.
So the 14 is a fail, yeah.
Yeah, because you go in one condition up,
Yeah.
and then
On
you
each
start.
failed saving
Yeah.
throw, it resets to 10.
Yeah.
Yep.
Okay, so she's tipsy, you buzzed, yeah?
Yeah. Yeah.
More?
More?
Yeah?
Yeah. So
Okay,
it's, yeah. Damn.
that's fine. So it's 15 now? Another drink?
Wait. Yeah. Sure.
Okay.
So actually, together with Viera, just watching this.
Okay,
Yeah.
she's buzzed.
I'm buzzed as well. I'm still just hanging on. I'm good.
Yeah. Okay, she's like hugging you at this point, you know, singing along with the bar, you know, it's like, you know, she's just cheerful. She's like
Yeah.
happy drunk, right?
She's caught me along in the groove, so
Yeah,
I'm
okay.
going along.
Let's go. So she's rolling for DC 10 now.
DC 10 and I have a DC 20. Fuck.
Yeah.
Yeah, I fail. I'm drunk.
Yeah. And she's like, you going on? You going on? More?
Ugh.
More? Yeah.
Give me a second. I need to go bathroom.
No.
Give me a second.
You don't want to do that. Once you break it, you lose it. Keep going.
No. Give me a second. Give me a second.
Don't do
Samira's
any
gonna go-
magic shit. That's cheating.
He's gonna go to the bathroom. And
Which, by the way, behind the house, it's like one of those, you know,
Outhouse.
dumb people. Yeah.
yeah, and she's just gonna okay.
You're not getting
Okay.
fresh air there, by the way, at all.
I know. And she's not going inside, she's going out that she's not in the room right now.
Yeah.
And she's gonna try through her connection get rid of the poison condition through the portal.
That's cheating.
I know.
That's cheating.
So?
I see how it is.
Everything is allowed in Love and Warfare.
And she uses her action to get rid of the condition.
Nice.
Okay.
Okay.
All right. She goes back inside.
Hmm.
One more drink.
Sure. I think she's a DC 20 now, right? Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, she's a DC 20, and am I once more back to the 3-drink thing, or do I have to?
You're back to the free drink.
She's gonna do the 3 drinks.
Oi.
It's okay. DC 20.
Hey, she's
makes it
good. Next
DC
one she's not gonna
25.
make.
No,
not gonna
no
make the next
fucking
one.
way. No, she can't make it.
She's
because
drunk.
plus
Yeah.
3, yeah. So she's drunk, and she's like, yeah, fine. You
All right.
got me.
All right.
Nope.
Okay. I think it's enough
And
for
like
us
the
today.
entire table goes like, hey, burst, like, and they congratulate you, across the table, pat you on the back.
All right. We should
You
have
get you
that.
get side comments like, not easy to outdrink her.
Not easy at all. She's a strong one. Have to do that again, huh? And next time Cassius can join us.
Maybe.
Yeah. We can do this a bit earlier. It's gonna be fine.
So yeah.
All right.
And otherwise, you're gonna have a merry evening.
Yep. And I'm not gonna be hangover.
Just to point out, whilst all of this is going on, Vieira is basically talking occasionally, enjoying the stuff, but she's listening for any kind of tavern rumors about anything. Is anyone talking about the hunting competition in a couple of days' time? Is anyone talking about interesting rumors from Hohir? Is anyone talking about anything in particular? She's doing rumor gathering, basically.
Okay, roll me a
listening to
perception
tales
check with
and
disadvantage,
stories.
because you still have your exhaustion.
Yes, I do.
And then he remembered. Okay, yeah.
That's a disadvantage.
Yeah, that's a
Nice.
disadvantage. It's a general partying crowd, right? There's like stuff going on. It's like you still pick up on like the craziness with the ship that happened, of like, oh no, it was the cats. Oh no, there was like a kraken in the water. Like, what the fuck? Why would a kraken come this close to the coast? Stuff like that. You pick up on that. You pick up on a few conversations, just like, again, nobody's serious here, so like these things are just like very barely in passing. The whole situation with the Karabakh Sea Dogs, and because the crew is here, it's like, oh yeah, the Mother of Mercy is taking care of them, they will take them to Hohia. And then like comments are like, oh, they must be making a pretty good coin on that, right? Because the Hohian government will be paying to ship them back. And then there's like, a general laughter and mockery about like, yeah, the Aasimar are not as good, as they always claim to be, and stuff like, drunk, like
Holier
basically
than thou
posturing.
talk.
Yeah. Because again, it's predominantly, tieflings in the tavern here. It's nothing like evil or mean.
It's kind of almost friendly mockery of we're supposed to be the chaotic bad people, and look, it's actually the shining white knights who are the bad people this time.
And clearly they're not as involved in like knowing that the 3 women are actually not Aasimar who were doing this, right?
Yeah.
Because it's like what the general population here knows is the Karabakh Sea Dogs, that one of them did it, and that's what they think. So this is what you gather. You hear 1 or 2 comments about like Creo being in a shitty mood. Apparently, what the fuck crawled up his ass, right? That's like at the very edge what you pick up on. But otherwise, it's like just like people having fun, and doing drinking games, and teasing each other. And that kind of stuff, like flirting.
Yeah,
you
just enjoying
hear
the fact that people aren't being stabbed in the streets anymore.
That they were talking about it as well. And yeah, you hear a few saucy sentences that like might turn your ear tips, red. Because sailors, they're very saucy. Like, I mean, you're used to openness from your people, but there's still an elegance about it. This is
Yeah.
really saucy,
Yeah,
right?
This is downright crude as
Late
far
night
as
cruel,
she's
yes.
concerned.
Yes, yeah.
That's fine. All good.
All right. After the last few drinks, Samira's gonna. Okay, I think if you want to wake up tomorrow, we should go now.
That's a good point. We are currently 5 hours past when I would normally have gone to sleep, so I don't need to roll a Constitution saving throw for exhaustion.
I would
yet,
say
do
you
I?
spend 3 hours here easily. I think that's fair.
That's
Yeah.
fair.
Okay,
Mhm.
so now that I'm more than 8 hours past my...
Yeah, roll me Constitution saving throw.
Great.
It's not disadvantage, it's a saving throw.
Yeah, saving throw is normal.
Can I burn my fate point to add +2 to it?
Or you
Why
can
don't
give
you
yourself
just
I
get
would
rid
advantage
just
of
of it.
remove the other one.
Yeah,
Or
why don't
you
you
can
just
just-
get rid
Or
of
just
exhaustion?
re-roll it. Well,
You
it's
can
not a
remove
disadvantage,
exhaustion.
So
You can remove it when if
Yeah,
you get it.
it's
Yeah,
a
I
low
can
DC. I
remove
think the
it,
DC
yeah.
is 10 or something like that.
Yeah, I would not
If you
do the
fail,
plus
you
two.
can remove it. If you don't,
Yeah,
you just
if,
still
if
have
I
it.
fail, I'll remove it.
Well,
Oh.
I'll remove
I
it.
guess you're removing it. Yeah.
Yeah.
Wow, the dice
If
really
I-
fucking hate
If
you.
I'd added a 2, it would have succeeded anyway, so same result.
Yeah, same
Same
result.
result.
Really.
Yep. Nice.
I mean, just humor me. Roll it again just to see what you would have gotten with the advantage.
It wouldn't have been advantage. The
It was
fate,
+2.
It would have been plus
fate
2.
point, you can't choose advantage on a saving throw.
Oh yeah, right.
You can
Yeah.
choose advantage on an ability check, but you can do a +2 on a saving throw or an attack roll.
Yeah.
So, yeah, it would have succeeded anyway. So.
So yeah.
Yeah.
And
Right.
thus we conclude the day, I guess. You go
Yeah.
back to the tavern.
Mhm.
Goodbyes to the drinking party we've spent 3 hours with.
Yeah.
Gotta do this again sometime.
Yep.
Yeah. There we go.
And Vieira's gonna head to sleep straight away.
Are we doing watches? What are we doing? I mean, we
Do you want to just put Vinny on watch? We're in tavern.
we can do that. Yeah.
We can lock the door, wedge a chair under the door.
Mm-hmm. I mean, we're currently in the city. Shouldn't be anything happening.
The grannies are locked up. The sea dogs aren't gonna let them go anywhere because otherwise that would make them look even worse. I think we're safe. Put Vinny on watch if you want to. I think that's good enough. He's got the
Right.
room. It's not like he needs to sleep anyway, is it? He doesn't need to
Nope.
sleep.
Vinny, you in charge. If something happens, let me know.
Can
Yeah.
you let him wake me up because I think it's a little bit later, and I think tomorrow's gonna be a drag. I don't
Alright.
think I'm gonna get enough sleep, so
Ooh.
Oh,
yeah,
Ah, fuck.
it
I'm
went on a
sorry.
little bit too long. No worries.
You could. Shit. I'm sorry.
No worries. I'll be fine. But if you can let him help me wake up, that would be great.
All right. I'll let him know. And I do so. So he sits up at the time he wished to be woken up.
Actually, I'll just ask him myself. Is that all right?
Sure.
All right. Vinny, before it gets completely light, can he tell time? Can we tell time? Well, guess we really can't. But before it gets light, can you wake me up? Like a little bit? Like half an hour? If you can tell the difference?
He waves no.
He can't tell the difference. So he's gonna just wake me up super early, I think.
you can tell when it's about to become daytime, though, can't you?
He waves yes.
Because the moon is slowly dimming down into a point where it becomes the day sun
Sure.
instead.
Yeah. He waves yes.
So
Okay. So can you wake me up when it starts to do that? When it starts to dim?
He waves yes.
Okay. Thank you.
He will wake you up at 5.
Yep.
Oh, perfect.
7 hours of sleep. Not 8.
not a,
Oh.
that mean exhaustion?
Yes.
Well, Constitution
Oh.
saving throw then, but
Constitution
yes.
saving throw. Roll it now so we know.
Yeah, good to know. I think it's the same DC, right?
10.
Yeah, 10.
Yeah, you should be
Alright.
fine.
Yeah, it's only my RNG rolls that have been
Don't
shit
jinx it.
tonight. So.
Yeah. Let's. Oh, oh, Abel.
2
Oh,
levels of
Abel.
exhaustion.
Oh, Abel.
Ouch.
Yep. It's alright.
It's gonna
Oh, boy.
be fine. How fine it's gonna be, we'll know next session.
Yes, we will.
Right.
What does
Off to bed.
do 2 again? 2, what does...
It says on your sheet when you hover
Yeah.
over the exhaustion thing what
Oh,
level
yeah.
2 does.
Your
2
speed's
is
halved.
Yes, speed is halved,
Ah.
but otherwise disadvantage on ability checks. Oh, you sleep and you have a 1. So disadvantage on ability checks.
No, he didn't have a full long
No,
rest.
you didn't
That's
get
the
full
thing.
long rest. That's
That's
why you
where
get
I'm
a
getting
second
the...
level
And
exhaustion.
then... Yeah.
And
And
you get a
then you're gonna
3.
train,
Fuck.
and you're gonna get a 3rd level exhaustion. It's nasty. It adds up really
Yeah, that's
quickly.
nasty.
Yep.
Yeah.
Damn.
So
Wow, that
Yep.
sucks.
you're gonna then need to sleep, basically,
Yep.
Yeah.
and you might need a day off from Destrian.
Probably
Wow,
not gonna
that
happen.
sucks.
Ain't gonna give you a day off.
That sucks.
You're gonna
Oh,
be
fuck.
you're gonna be failing a lot, and he's gonna be wondering why. And you're gonna be like, "This is exhausting me."
An hour difference, like, could you just be late once? Can you
Nope.
sleep? Fuck.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh well. Should be
Ouch.
fine. At least I'm not hangover. So.
Yeah, I'm
Well-
not either. You know?
I'm gonna call it here because this is a good spot to call it.
Yeah, good cutoff point.
Stop the recording. Thank you for the session.
Mm-hmm.